Here, please feel free to come through. You can you can self-service or you can be assisted as you want. During the seminar, please feel free to just stand, pick up a cup, maybe a bite, ongeza sukari kidogo kwa wale ambao ni tolerant, ili uweze kuendelea kusikiliza kwa makini. Kwa hiyo feel free to come forward tafadhali, uweze kupata huduma hiyo ambayo inaendelea hapa ndani. Kwa hiyo tunawashukuru sana, ako cool. Ofisi zao ziko Kisima. If you enjoy, if you like what you see, unaweza kuzungumza nao, ukachukua namba na ofisi yako ikawa happy office kwa kuchukua one of the coffee dispensing machines, or at least hot drink dispensing machine, mkaiweka ofisini, na wafanyakazi wakaendelea kuenjoy. Kwa sababu zipo za aina tofauti, capacity tofauti, ujazo tofauti. Karibuni sana. Our service continues, ladies and gentlemen. Naomba tafadhali sasa tukaribishe wageni wetu, delegates wetu ndani ya ukumbi, ili tuweze kuanza baada ya muda mfupi. I think safu ya all the partners ipo tayari kabisa. Karibuni sana mabibi na bwana. All right, so ndugu zangu, ningependa kutangaza the Wi-Fi password ili tuweze kujiunga na the live feed. Unaweza copy na kusambaza hii live feed kwa marafiki zako hata ofisini na sehemu nyingine. Tupo Dar es Salaam, lakini we could spread it as widely as possible, waweze kufollow the proceedings. Kwa hiyo ukiingia kwenye YouTube, unaweza tu kuandika TRA VAT e-filing live seminar. I can already hear myself and see myself actually on the feed. At net. At ile squiggle, yeah, at, so flash at net. Naona wote tunafanya hivyo, na wakati huo tuweke simu katika mwitiko mdogo. Is that successful? Flash@net is our password for the Wi-Fi. Kwa hiyo kuanzia sasa tupo live, na maelezo ni mazuri tu pale chini kwamba Assad Associates and Imatic Technologies Limited, in collaboration with the Tanzania Revenue Authority, would like to invite you all to an educative seminar training on the recently introduced VAT e-filing system on the submission of VAT returns for enhancing tax compliance. It's being held today, the Diamond Jubilee, and for more information we have resourceful links hapa, ways you can subscribe. Now please also subscribe to our partners' Smart ERP platform for further information and any other updates that they may have. Kwa karibuni sana. Narudia tena, the Wi-Fi is FlashNet as the name, and the password is flash@net. Karibuni sana. Assad Associates in collaboration with TRA, presenting the Smart ERP Business the Right Way VAT e-filing system. Okay, we're good to go. Tuwe radhi kwa kukawia kiasi kidogo, lakini kulikuwa na umuhimu wa kuhakikisha kwamba safu nzima ya wakufunzi wetu wameshafika, na sasa tupo tayari kabisa kuanza. Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. Assalamu alaikum. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Karibuni sana. Naomba muwe na mioyo kama nilivyowaomba ya kuwa tayari kuwa na mafunzo mema kabisa, mafunzo ambayo sio ya upande mmoja tu, lakini back and forth, interactive, yenye kuchangamana mawazo na uelewa. Nimeshawaelekeza jinsi ya kuingia kwenye wifi kama utahitaji, na kwenda moja kwa moja kwenye link yetu ya YouTube. Naomba usambaze link hiyo iwe ina faida kwa wengine ambao hawapo ndani ya ukumbi huu. Ratiba yetu itaanza kama hivi na maneno yangu ya ufunguzi na ukaribisho, lakini pia nitawakaribisha mbele katika jukwaa kuu associates, washirika, partners ambao wametuandalia shughuli hii. Naomba tuwapigie makofi mengi sana wanapoanza kupanda hapa jukwani. Na hata sasa hivi kwa kweli, kwa vile wametuletea jambo jema sana. Baada ya hapo kila mmoja atakuwa na nafasi ya kutoa salamu zake na utambuzi wake wa ziada kidogo tuweze kufahamiana. Kisha baada ya hapo tutawakaribisha wenzetu wa mamlaka ya mapato, TRA, Tanzania Revenue Authority, waweze kutuingiza katika darasa sasa, ile semina yenyewe. Washirika wetu wa mfumo huu ambao tunautambua kwa siku ya leo na ambao utakuwa ndio ambao tunautumia, watapata nafasi ya kutuonyesha demo na kupitisha katika utumiaji wa mfumo huo. Alafu kisha baada ya hapo tutakaribisha maswali na majibu, na unaweza ukaweka maswali yako moja kwa moja kupitia kwenye chat box ya YouTube, ili tuweze kufahamu mapema kabisa yale ambayo labda ungependa kuyafahamu. Kwa hiyo tafadhali tutumie resource hiyo. Let's get onto YouTube and type in our questions as soon as we start, if there's anything at all. Lakini naomba nisisitize kitu kimoja tu. Leo hapa tunakaa ndani ya maudhui na mada husika pekee. Masuala mengine yote ya kiutendaji, naomba tafadhali sana, tutatambua wafanyakazi hapa wa TRA, mnaweza mkawatafuta kwa wakati wenu mwingine. Leo tunakaa ndani ya VAT e-filing system. Kwa hiyo tuzingatie hilo na tusipoteze muda wa mtu mwingine yoyote. Naomba sasa niwakaribisha hapa jukwani mabibi na bwana kwa makofi yenu mengi sana. Moja, nianze na Mr. Richard Kayombo kutoka TRA. Naomba nikupandishe tafadhali. Naamini utajiunga hapa juu na Patrick. Is that correct? Yes. Naomba tukupigie makofi nawe pia vile vile. Karibuni mkae viti vya katikati hapo. Kutoka Assad Associates, mzee wetu Sajad Jusab, kwa makofi mengi sana ya heshima. Na Ifranali Jusab, ambaye unaanza kuwa one fantastic event organizer. Hongereni sana, lakini naomba makofi ya heshima sana kwao. Naomba pia tafadhali tuwatambue associates wetu wengine ambao ni Smart ERP Product, kama tunavyoona Smart ERP Business the Right Way. Naomba tuwatambue nao kwa makofi. Naomba nimkaribishe CEO wao hapa mbele, Tanvir, tafadhali. Karibu sana. Tanvir, who are you coming up with, by the way? Yes. Who should come up with you? Mr. Aslam, tafadhali, naomba nawe tukupigie makofi, karibu juu jukwani, tafadhali. Are we ready? Tupo tayari? All right, let's get underway. Ifanali Jusab, tafadhali, karibu sana. Kwa neno la ufunguzi, kwa makofi mengi sana. We're finally underway after fantastic preparations, mabibi na bwana. Karibu.
And we meet again after almost a year and a half. A very good morning to you all. For those of you who don't know me, my name is CPA Irfan Ali Jusab. I feel truly honored to stand here and make these introductory remarks on behalf of Assad Associates to once again acknowledge the excellent collaborative spirit extended to us by the Tanzania Revenue Authority Education Department in consenting to set up this crucial learning seminar. We are honored by your enthusiastic response, and we welcome all dignitaries, gentlemen at the top table, TRA officials, honorary guests, taxpayers, stakeholders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As you all should be aware, TRA has already transitioned into the electronic filing system of tax returns. If you are not aware, you better check the accumulated penalties for unfiled returns on the e-filing platform. A new feature now of VAT submission is being added to this e-filing platform. We are very glad TRA Education Department is here with us today to guide us through this process, to then enable us on how to submit these VAT returns on the e-filing platform. Remember, TRA Education Department will always be there. It is our hope that you benefit from this seminar. Before I conclude, I would like to thank all those who made this seminar possible. Our co-hosts, Imatic Technologies Limited, the sponsors for the event such as Flashnet, Dot Syndicate, Zamzam Stationery, and other silent sponsors. I would also like to say asante sana to my mentors, both from within the office and outside, and my fellow colleagues, to also my Assad team, who I call my family, asante sana. However, a special thanks to my parents for their upbringing, their education, and their support towards organizing such public events. Can I please request my father to stand up so that we all give him one round of applause? With that, I say karibu sana, enjoy the productive presentation today, and with that, thank you very much for attending.
A very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's thank Ifanal kwa mara nyingine tena kwa makofi zaidi tafadhali. All right, safi kabisa yani. All right, let's go over to the ITL now. Naomba nimkaribishe Mujahid Garate, the Smart ERP Product Head, for your quick forward. Ladies and gentlemen, please acknowledge his walk up to the stage. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Taji. Good morning to you all. Respected TRA officials, Mr. Richard Kayombo, Mr. Masao Malima, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Patrick, Mr. Tanvir, CEO ITL, Mr. Aslam, Mr. Theophil, Mr. Sajjad Yusuf, Assad Associates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. With all protocols observed, on behalf of Imatic Technologies Limited, I would like to warmly welcome you for this one-of-a-kind event with the largest attendance seminar so far in person and online. Imatic Technologies Limited, we call it ITL, have completed 10 years in helping businesses by transforming them from traditionally driven businesses into digitalized operations. Our flagship product, Smart ERP, has successfully demonstrated this in Tanzania and other African countries such as Kenya, Zambia, Uganda, Rwanda, Malawi, and Zimbabwe. After the TRA training session, you will witness a quick demo for Smart ERP and how our product will help you prepare the required reports to then upload and submit the VAT returns on the TRA e-filing portal. As a software house in Tanzania, we would like to assure TRA that we shall continue supporting the digitalization drive and they have embarked upon, and this training demonstrates our willingness to that support. To all those who have made it to this event and those who are watching us live, we would wish an informative seminar. We hope you have good takeaways and all your questions are answered. Asante sana.
Asante sana, nashukuru. Look forward to the demo a little bit later on. Let's get straight to business, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for occupying the high seat. May I take you now down back to your chairs. And I'm bringing up our teachers this morning. All right? All right. Asanteni sana, naomba niwarejeshe basi kwenye viti vyenu. Na sasa hivi tunakwenda moja kwa moja kwenye training yetu. Mr. Richard Kayombo ukiwa seated, utatupa neno la kushukuru mwisho kabisa. Lakini Dennis Einstein Mwijage, Patrick Masawe, Olai, Jonathan Laser, Joshua from TRA, of course na Patrick, please, naomba occupy your seats and take us through. Mabibi na bwana, let's pay full attention hivi sasa, and naomba mfurahie huduma hii mpya na mfumo huu mpya kabisa. Karibuni sana.
A very good morning to us all. Habari za asubuhi mabibi na mabwana. My name is Patrick. I am responsible for all taxpayer education and service activities at the Large Taxpayers Department. I once again wish to welcome you all to this seminar or workshop on e-filing, specifically the VAT platform. As you're all aware that you've been using, it's actually not exactly a new system. It's something that we've been accessing and using on a daily basis for about 9 to 10 months till of date. What is projected on the screen is the public notice issued on February, and it was basically an introduction or a communication to the general public on exactly what is the e-filing platform and what to expect from the VAT application or platform. These are some of the key issues. You can always go through them at your own time, but they basically cement what the system is all about and what is expected from you and what should be done from your side. This is also shared on the social media platform, and you can always find it and refer to it at any time. Okay. Probably before we start, I just want to update you all that We've used the platform for pilot taxpayers. We've had a pilot since January with a number of 13 taxpayers. We started off with 8 who were large taxpayers. Then we added on for February another 6 from domestic revenue departments. So we've noted a number of things, and I would like to address them before we move forward with the presentation. You might have all noted that we've been issuing public notices regarding the upgrading of EFD machines, the VFDs, and the likes to move on to the 2.1 protocol. This has been a trend with the revenue for about 2 years. We started back in 2020, December. Another notice was issued in February 2021, and we had another one right at the end of the year. And the last one was on 7th January. So basically, those notices were preparing us for the new system or platform. And right on what is projected on the screen, receipts and invoices issued under Protocol 2.1. We all need to understand that for you to claim any input tax, you must possess an invoice or a receipt that was issued with Protocol 2.1, EFDs and VFDs. So this is how they look. There shouldn't be an issue with the one on my right, on my left, because this is the standard one. We've been seeing this for about 2 years. And when we say the verification code, it's quite very visible. This is the verification code. And this is just the QR code, which is the quick response code. So these ones, we've not encountered any issues on the pilot. It's straightforward. There have been challenges around the ones that are issued on ESD, electronic signature devices, and VFDs, the one on my right. So you don't have to worry. Whenever you get any of these invoices, just look just right at the bottom. You see there's a link, the HTTPS, and the verification code starts immediately after the slash, after tra.go.tz, the slash. The letters after the slash until when you have an underscore. So this is where the verification code ends. This is very important, and it's normally 9 digits to 13 digits. And what is after is just the time. The left 6 numerics to my right, this is just the time. We know. We know a number of you have implemented internal controls with your finance and accounting departments, whereby you scan most of your invoices and receipts that you receive before you proceed with payments or any other necessary procedures. So we have noted you've been getting errors, but you don't have to worry. For now, what you need to have in mind, or what you need to implement, is make sure the hard copy of the invoice and receipts have your credentials. When I say credentials, I mean your TIN and VRN correctly coded. So if you scan, there could be very many reasons as to why you, at times when you scan, you try to verify, you fail. It could be due to third-party applications, internet outage, or connection. So what you have to bear in mind or always note is check what's printed. If that's correct, you don't have to worry. And for the case of the platform, we'll be using our EFDMS interface. So whatever is issued on that platform, we have it at our servers, so don't worry. Just make sure what is printed is correct and reflects your credentials. Okay, our due date for the system is 20th April. That means you'll be filing your March return come 20th April. A number of you might be worried with the connection issues and challenges we've been facing. Yes, we are not an exception. We are a government authority. We are using the same internet or network providers, the same as you. But what you just need to have in mind is that we've had a project that we call HADAC, which is the High Availability Data Center. It's a very costly project for the government and TRA at large, but we had to do that to make sure that when we go live with the platform, then everything should go as planned. Our second due date was yesterday. We managed with all the pilot taxpayers. So we are comfortable. And I would also like to bring to the attention that you've been seeing notifications for some of the returns that you have already filed. That is because we've had people on pilot operating on the same platform. So that will be fixed. You don't have to worry. You won't be charged any penalties for any return that you've already filed. We've also been facing challenges around CFAs or VAT suffered on importation. Like you'll get to see in the system is that for all imports that were declared through customs, you will be claiming input tax on VAT based on the TANSAD declarations. When I say TANSAD, are the documents that are issued from our TANSIS, our customs declaration system. Those are normally, a number of you might have noted, it's the numbers or reference starts with TZDL. For this year is 2022 dash numbers, depending on the station or where the declaration was made. So you need, for you to claim any input tax on this platform, you must possess a valid one, a valid TANSAD. And when I say a valid TANSAD, I mean a TANSAD that has your credentials, your TIN and VRN. We've noted challenges around, a number of you have arrangements, what we call PPC, in the sense of duty paid delivered on site. It's not wrong by the law, but just make sure you observe that your credentials are projected on the declarations. That's the TIN and VRN. Should those items be missing on your declaration, then you will not be eligible to claim input tax on VAT suffered on importation. So this is the right time to talk to your CFAs and make sure they adhere to the principles. We had a meeting with them last year in August with the same, reminding them on their obligations and making sure they get their house in order. There have also been challenges around claiming input tax on VAT suffered on electricity or local. At this point, I would like all of us to be on the same page in the sense that the electricity service providers, TANESCO, only have two types of clients. The first clients are the postpaid, those ones that get bills at the end of the month. For those ones, there is no issue because your invoices have both control numbers and verification codes. And you'll be posting that on the sheet that reads standard local purchases. You'll be using the verification codes, not the control numbers. The challenge has been with the normal retailers, people like me and you, and the small firms. When you buy electricity from the aggregator platforms, such as mobile apps, most of the time you get an SMS that is not clearly marked what is the GPG receipt number and verification or control number. So you don't have to worry. What you need to know is that every SMS that comes with you has a GPG receipt number. You can only verify that on the GPG application within 7 days because of the data traffic on the GPG platform. And our advice has been for if you're buying electricity for a farm or if you wish to claim input tax, at the moment we advise you to use banking applications, the applications that you have for your bank, provided by your banks, your commercial banks. Those ones can maintain the GPG receipt number for infinity. So it's always easy for you to go back and generate that and print or share that transaction, proof of transaction or receipt. So, and for that, for the retailers and normal users, you'll be posting that claim on the GPG, standard local purchases, GPG. The same goes for VAT suffered on banking services. We as TRA have completed around 3 to 4 commercial banks interface. So whenever you get your statements at the end of the month, you get from the 4 you get a statement that has a verification code and QR code. Now we understand we have more than 36 banks. That is still work in progress. the law was built behind the rationale that you had to come physically to our offices. You did not have a straight-through system. But that's about to change, so we anticipate the Finance Act for come 1st July, that will be changing. Whenever the due date falls on 20th, regardless it's a public holiday or it's a weekend, then you will be required to file. And as you can see, the system and platform is available 24/7. But again, I would like to insist on our message regarding credit carried forward, like like the public notice that you received in early February. The position still stands. If you are on a repayment side or on a net negative balance on VAT, your position will have to be verified by the Commissioner General before you can access that on the system. And when I say Commissioner General, I don't mean the CG himself. We mean your local, for those at the regional level, your regional office, and for those at the large taxpayers, the respective commissioner. So that has to be verified. And for large taxpayers, it shouldn't be an issue because we only have around less than 500 VAT registered taxpayers. So that is the position. It still stands. And the clarity, the public notice position was, if you're eligible for refund, then request for refund. And if you're not eligible, then get your position verified, and the same will be uploaded onto the platform. Okay, another challenging area has been around the wharfage bills or claiming VAT suffered on wharfage. We will get also a sheet specifically for that, but what you need to quote is the wharfage bill number, not the TANSAD. And again, I would like to remind all of us, when it comes to declaring VAT suffered on importation, when I say TANSAD, it means the original declaration, the first declaration, because the numbers on TANSIS keep changing depending on the nature of the importation and the various stages involved. So for VAT on importation, it's the TANSAD, and for wharfage, it's the bill number, wharfage bill number. And probably lastly but not least, regarding the credit carried forward, we wish to make a call on our message has always been compliance. Please, it's a new system. Transition is never smooth. There will be hassles here and there. Bear with us. You can always reach us through our widely available contacts. But please comply and make sure that you do declare the correct amounts. And remember that whatever you declare on the specific month should be what was verified on the previous position. And should you try to probably write a figure that wasn't your closing balance last month, the system will automatically pick what was correct. And our message is also to try and file punctually. As we all know, VAT is filed on an accrual basis. We have a set of 19 to 20 days to prepare ourselves. Don't wait for last minute. Like I said, we registered quite good success yesterday from the pilot, but also on the collections, registering a performance of 102%. So we thank you so much for the contribution and commitment. At this point, I would like to welcome Dennis to take you through the rest of the PowerPoint presentation, and Olais will wrap it up with a live demo accessing the platform. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope all is well with you. Lakini kafanya vizuri. Ngoja. Ameiona. Sidi kuchomeka. Picha. Inameka duplicate. Weka duplicate lagata. Kula umepata? Basi, umeshapata. Imesoma. Yesoma. Yes. Tuweke tu.
Alright, naona kwenye YouTube naona kumeshaanza kuchangamka. Nashukuru kwamba tunatumia hiyo platform. Kama ndio umewasili hivi sasa, karibu sana. Ukiboot up wifi, kuna wengine kidogo wanapata tatizo, lakini ukitumia lower case na ukicheck kwamba umeandika vizuri, ukifungua tu ukurasa wako, utaona ni flashnet na password ni flash@net. So FLASH@NET. Karibu sana uweze kutumia huduma hiyo na kuweza kujiunga moja kwa moja na seminar hii live. Na pia namba uweze copy link, uweze kuituma, wengine waweze kufaidika pia. So karibuni sana. Kwa maswali yenu yoyote ya mapema, na kwa mara nyingine tena tunasisitiza kwamba tukae ndani ya mada ambayo imetuleta hapa kwa siku ya leo. Karibuni sana.
Hello. Okay, ni wasalimu kwa mara nyingine tena. Mbele yenu naitwa Dennis Einstein Mwijage. Ni mtumishi wa mamlaka ya mapato, niko DRD, mkoa wa Kodi Ilala. Leo tutakuwa tunapitia in summary the basic things ambazo zimekuwa implemented kwenye VAT return ambayo itakuwa inafaliwa through e-filing system. I'm sure mmesha attend some few introductions, seminar, mmepata few uploads ambazo zimeweza kuwapitisha on the basic of the systems. So without further ado, can you assist me project it? Bado nakataa. Acha. Nishafungua. So. Yeah. So. Okay. So basically today we'll be going through the enhanced VAT filing system. That basically what has been implemented here is the enhancement of the VAT filing form. The roles stand the same. The provisions of the law that are administrating the VAT tax, the value-added tax remain the same. The only thing that has been improved is a form that you're supposed to fill in order to submit your information to the commissioner prescribed under the VAT Act. So the overview of today that we shall cover, we'll have introduction shortly concerning the VAT filing system. We'll have the challenges of the old VAT filing system. We'll have the benefits of the new VAT filing system. We'll have the filing of a VAT Excel form, of which is it's an enhanced VAT return. And we shall have the submission of the VAT return. Then we shall go to conclusion, of which it will comprise also with Q&As, question and answers. So, starting with an introduction to VAT. As you all know, VAT was, the VAT Act came to life by 1997, but it started to be implemented by 1998 on July 1998. From there, we normally started by submitting our normal returns, VAT returns, by going to the office and submit the manual copies, of which we faced some challenges during the due date. We faced some challenges upon submitting the accurate tax computation. Mostly our VAT, if we had the payables, they were not considered by that time. It made loss of document. It was really cumbersome on the due dates whatsoever. We faced many challenges, and that's when by 2010, VAT filing was introduced. So this was the first tax return that was being submitted online by 2010. Although the same thing that after introducing the VAT filing system in 2010, we faced also some shortcoming. It was advantageous because you can normally do it from wherever you are. You just log into the system, so long as you have the credentials, then you can go and fill the appropriate return and submit it to TRA. So despite that, we still face some challenges on the previous or the current one that we're using before the new filing system. We normally had two parts of the return on that on the current one that we're using to date. You normally declared the amount of your purchases, the amount of your sales, then you had the tax computation, then you only supported your local purchases, then you submitted your return. But you didn't have a room to declare all of the inputs and outputs respective for that tax period, whether it was taxable or not taxable. And the other shortcoming that we had, we faced upon submitting the return, we normally got an acknowledgement, but neither of us could get the assessment instantly. So it also led to some shortcomings upon payment. As you all know, I'm sure most of you have been reconciling with the TRA officers concerning your tax liability on VAT, since you normally pay without debit number, since at the first place, upon submitting of your return, you couldn't attend the assessment. But also, mostly you could not comply with Section 71 to 80 that gives you a right and obligation to make your slight adjustments on your VAT return for the respective tax period. So most of us, we had that kind of a shortcoming. We normally submitted our documents to the respective TRA office to give that particular information, but unfortunately, we also had to come back thoroughly to declare the same thing. So that was one of the shortcomings. So we could submit our returns online, but for the sake of attaining the correct tax computation of the respective tax period, we had a bit of a challenge there. But also, it was kind of a burden since so long as you have been registered, if you are not literate with computers issues or IT phenomena, normally people are being given the VAT certificates, but they didn't know the way process to register themselves. Since it requires to go a whole lot of registration process to key in your TIN number, the director TIN number if it's an entity, to keep your post address, your location, your phone numbers, so that you can acquire the credentials. So for most of the people, by the time of the registration, they are issued with a VAT certificate, but when you're going to check their compliance, you'll find that most VAT returns are being unfiled, and that is due to illiteracy. So until you approach them, then they'll say, I didn't have an idea on how to register myself and log in so that I can have an access to submit my returns. So they normally couldn't comply immediately after registration. But also the other system, the current system didn't allow us to be able to file to comply with the laws upon filing of the return, because most of the people, due to illiteracy or to lack of knowledge, they could not go through the tax laws, or they could not understand or interpret tax law correctly. So some people could be keying some irrelevant invoices in their returns. They could be keying some irrelevant purchases in their returns that couldn't help them to attain the correct tax computation. So upon reconciliation or upon the VAT return verification, you find there will be a rise of many discrepancies that lead the taxpayer to encounter penalties or interest of the undeclared tax or of not declaring correct information. So basically, I know you're all familiar here with those shortcomings, and I think there are many. If we try to address them right now, we can go beyond that. There are many of the shortcomings. And due to this shortcoming, that's what compelled TRA to make sure they try to minimize them and cover them so that we can enhance voluntary tax compliance and accurate tax administration of the specific tax. So also it's posed the challenges to the tax administration on our side. There were no control and evasion controls. You know, we normally have the terminology, not everyone who does something does it considerately knowing or unknowingly, but so long as you do it, the law doesn't speculate that, whether you did it knowingly or unknowingly. So due to that, you found many people were having some uncompliance issues, of which it kind of was tedious with TRA to make sure that we have to go through each and every one to make sure, we had to put a lot of work effort to make sure that everyone complies. But also, we had a shortcoming of not issuing you with assessment instantly after filing your VAT returns, so that we can enhance you can pay instantly. But as for this system, as enhanced so that it can cover that, because most of the people could file on time, but they could delay to pay since they didn't get the return or the assessment. The assessment. But upon even getting the assessment, sometimes the assessment may be incorrect, so they need to rectify it and have the correct tax liability so that they can go and pay. That was the shortcoming to us. So we could not collect the appropriate tax according to, immediately, with immediate effect before or on the due date. And some of the provision of the law were not being met. We were we're having some hard time upon implementing some provision of the law. For instance, when you have filed a wrong return and you want to amend it, it was kind of tedious on that area. When you apply for refund, it was kind of a bit prolonged due to the old system. So all these things have been addressed and are one of the pillars that compelled the authority to resolve these issues through the e-filing, enhanced VAT return. So what are the benefits of the new system? The benefit of the new system, first, upon registration, you'll be instantly liable to file your VAT return. So you don't have to go the other tedious procedure that you have to go and to the website, starting registering yourself, or you don't have the immediate particulars, so you should go to refer to TRA, like when is my registration date, so that I can get the credentials. So now by the time you're being registered with TRA and you're issuing a VRN and a VRN certificate, instantly, when you log in into your e-filing account, you'll be liable to submit the returns and comply with the VAT Act. The system also allows adjustment events from Section 71 to 80 that cover the adjustment that a taxpayer or a stakeholder can make them within the self-declaration of the return for their respective tax period. So the system also, the new enhanced return also accommodates that. We normally didn't get a room to apportion our input tax. So this enhanced filing system enables you to apportion so that you can have a correct tax computation. Normally people could have invoices with taxable and exempt supplies. They could produce exempt and taxable supplies, but you find the invoice basis complies of all those goods, of all those input that will make taxable and input supplies. So upon having a correct tax computation, the law requires you to make an apportionment, but the other system didn't allow you to do that. So for this case, we got you covered, and I think it will enable you to submit your return with the correct tax computation. Also, the VAT refund process will be smooth as from now onwards, since with the new enhanced VAT filing system, we anticipate to abruptly almost 100% your VAT returns will be submitted with the correct tax computation. So when upon applying for refund, the operation or the process of issuing you the refund will run a bit smoothly compared to the old system. So the benefits to be covered, there are many, but as we go on through the presentation, we'll be able to come across them, analyze them, and we can also be able to ask some few questions later so that we can have a good understanding of it. So basically, those are the benefits for the new e-filing system. So going through the e-filing VAT, the enhanced VAT return, of which this is an Excel form. As I said earlier, nothing of a law basis or of administration basis has changed. The only what has been enhanced is a format on how you can submit your return. And the format of how you can submit your return has been enhanced in order to accommodate and to ensure that you submit correct information that will arise to correct tax computation. So that was the basically aim here. There's no any amendment of the law or change of the law or any amendments of tax administration on the specific tax. So the new form that you require to fill will, as per now, it will be considered of 9 sheets. If you were attentive to Mr. Patrick's representation earlier, there was a pilot program that's undergoing, of which many of the shortcoming issues or the challenges are being addressed, and before the launch, they have made sure that they have been covered. So this return form currently had 9. But as we go on, maybe it can have 10 or it can have less than that, but it's all because of the proper coverage of you to be able to submit your accurate information on your return and get a correct tax computation. So basically the 9 parts are the VAT return details, the VAT return, standard purchases, local and input, exempt purchases, local and input, non-creditable purchases, local and input, wharfage charges, imported services, deferred capital, and disclosure of adjustments. So basically our return will have those 9 sheets that will require you to fill them correctly and submit to the authority. But upon that, it's not mandatory to fill all the 9 sheets. It's as per your declaration. So you declare what you have, you declare what's right for you, on the respective sheets. So we start with the number 1, that's taxpayers particulars. For you who are familiar with the e-filing system that was launched by mid-2020, by August, I think you're all familiar with submitting your return of income, your statement of estimate payable by installments, your payee, your SDI returns via that system. So basically we're having the same kind of a form that's been integrated to the new VAT filing system. So this is the beginning of the form that you shall download, that will require you to fill in the taxpayer identification number, will require you to fill the month of the return, which is from January through to December. We'll give you a drop-down menu on the year of the return to select the year of income of that specific tax period. It will have the type of the return, of which when it comes to VAT return, only 2 types of returns, whether it's nil return or normal return. And VAT GFS code description, there you'll have multiple of options on the drop-down menu that will allow to select the type of business type that you have registered with VAT on. So whether it's VAT, as for instance, we can see it's VAT on cigarettes, VAT on transportation, VAT on electricity, VAT on decoration, whatsoever that you have been registered with VAT, it will be accommodated. But also for the people who have more than multiple businesses, you are covered, because there's an option where you can select on other services and other goods. So it accommodates whatever type of business you have registered with for VAT. Then for the VAT GFS code, the last law, that will, you don't feel that. It will be determined as per the selection that you selected on the previous law. So if you select on the cigarette, it will have the GFS code for cigarette. If you select VAT on electricity, it will have the GS code on VAT on electricity. So basically, this is the first and the critical part that a taxpayer should fill fully, and all the fields are mandatory for you to fill in. On the left side, on the right side of those details, you can see there is a browsing tabs. These tabs will help you to browse at any part of the return that you want to begin to fill. So as you can see, you have VAT returns, you have VAT returns, you have standard purchases local GPG, WARFEG, imported services, deferred capital good, disclosure and adjustment. So from this page, you can browse to any of the sheets that you want to start filling your particulars or your details. The next we have the return, which is the VAT return. That's the first page that we should disclose our details. It's the same thing that we used on the previous system. You had to fill the part 1, that's the return, then the part 2 was for the disclosing of your information. So basically our return of this enhanced VAT filing, it consists of 3 parts. Part 1 is supplies of goods and services, also termed as output tax. Part 2 is purchases, which is termed as input tax. And part 3 is tax computation, of which is when we come to awareness whether we have VAT payable or we have repayment. So without further ado, let's start with part 1, that's supplies of goods and services. In this part, we have part 1A and part 1B. Starting with part 1A from row number 1 to row number 6. I hope it's displayed perfectly. You can all see. Can I get an eye? Okay. So, as from row number 1, row number 1 to row number 5, you declare all your output tax for the specific tax period. And the only part that's liable for VAT is row number 1, that you fill the standard rated cells, and automatically it compute the 18%. As we go down to row number 5, you'll declare if you have any. If you don't, it's okay. But basically, this has been designed to accommodate all the cells that you have made in the specific tax period, whether taxable or not taxable. So that will give us a summation of the first part, which will be from row number 1 to row number 5. Then the part B of the part 1 will have increasing adjustments. Going through section 71 to 80, and it gives you provisions and the compelling reasons and scenarios on which you should support, on which you ought to make an increasing adjustment or a decreasing adjustment, and what are the ways to go through it. So I'll suggest you to go through those sections so that you can have a good understanding on how to undergo the increasing and decreasing adjustment. But if failure, you can come to any of the TRI offices or to the tax consultant for further clarifications. So on the Part B of the Part 1, we have taxable imported services and deferred capital goods. The two rows are not included in 71 to 80 as adjustments. These ones are termed by the law. For number 7, taxable imported services, as you know, whatever service that you import that qualifies for the credit input, that's your output and your input for the respective tax period. And that's been addressed on section 68.2. And number 8 on deferred on capital goods, that's been administered with section 11 of the VAT Act. So section 68.2 and 11 will explain row number 7 and number 8. But from row number 9 to row number 13, that will be covered from section 71 to 80 of the VAT Act. So for the sake of time, I won't go through that. I hope you have caught the sections and you go through them, and you'll have a proper understanding on it. Therefore, we'll have row number 14 that will sum up the all Part B, that will be row number 7 to 13, but it will exclude row number 8, because deferred capital goods are the capital goods that the VAT has been deferred, so it won't be computed as a part of your output tax. Then we'll have row number 17 that will sum up row number 6 and row number 14 to have your output tax for the respective tax period. Then we shall move on to Part 2. That's importation. It's input tax or purchases of goods and services for the respective tax period. Here you'll have row number 16 to row number 21. That will require you to declare your purchases or your input that you inquired in this specific tax period. And as I said from earlier, this allows you to declare all of your purchases, whether they were taxable or not. So whatever you purchased should be declared in the VAT return. If we go back a few cases, you normally had a verification on your return of income, and there are discrepancy between your sales and purchases on your return of income and sales and your purchases in your VAT returns. So hopefully, if you comply fully with the obligation of submitting the proper information, we won't have that trouble anymore, because these returns allow you to fill fully your sales on the respective tax period and fully of your purchases on the respective tax period. So with row number 16 to 21, leaving row number 16 and 17, this will be filled after validation, of which when you are going with the presentation, you shall see how we come across to make sure we key in our information so that they can be validated and they can be posted automatically after validation there. But row number 18 to 21, that's a self-declaration. You'll declare whether you have or whether you not. If you don't, you don't declare. If you have, you will declare on the respective fields for row number 18 to 21. As for row number 22, that will make a summation of input tax from row number 16 to 21 of the respective tax period. Then we shall go to the Part B of the Part 2. That's decreasing adjustments. Decreasing adjustment, this will decrease the tax that you are ought to pay, of which I make an emphasis still. You should go through that section 71 to 80 to have a full understanding on how it's supposed to be filled and how you're supposed to fulfill your obligations when it's come to making increasing adjustment and decreasing adjustment. For row number 23 and 24, these are not included in the mentioned sections. As we talked previously, row number 23, non-creditable purchases included in standard rated purchases. These are all the purchases that you don't, they contain a VAT element, but you are not owed to claim that element, because as you know, we only claim the input tax for the purchases that we make taxable supplies with. So for those invoices that you have the invoice and it's VAT charged, but that respective instrument or that respective goods does not attain or make any taxable supplies, you shall key in them there, if only they have been wrongly declared in the tax rated purchases local. I know you had that kind of a challenge back in the old system, so this will accommodate you. But also, of which when you fill the empty part, it will compute the 18% negative of that VAT amount charged on non-creditable purchases. Then on taxable imported services, as we talked earlier, section 68.2, your input and your output, if you make an importation of services, that will be your input and output of the respective tax period. So when you go to the other row, it was the taxable services for the importation, and here's the taxable service for importation. So automatically they net off. And we shall see on how we go against it on the further presentation on the respective schedules. Then from number 25 to 29, that addresses the other adjustments that have been prescribed fully in section 71 to 80 of the VAT Act. So row number 30 will sum us for us all the laws in Part B from row number 23 to row number 29. And number 31 will comprise of total summation of Part A and total summation of Part B, giving us our net input for that particular tax period. Then we shall have Part 3, that's tax computation, referring to output tax and input tax on law number 32 and 33. Then we shall have law number 34 that will compute what's our VAT payable or refundable for that respective tax period. Then we shall have VAT credit brought forward from the previous period. So if you have any, you should be able to key it there. Then you shall have total VAT due or carried forward. So if you were attentive listening to Mr. Patrick earlier, he talked about the VAT credit brought forward. For those who have VAT credit brought forward, you have been addressed on the public notice that if you qualify for refund, you should go for requesting for refund. But if you don't, you should go to your nearby tax center that your tax affairs have been administered, so that your your credit brought forward can be verified and can be keyed by the officer. So as by the time you're submitting your first return on the new enhanced system, it can account for it. So for that part, I think it's well clarified and well understood. So basically, this is the VAT return, what it comprises. It has only those three parts. So then we shall go to the sheets, of which, as you can see earlier, we talked about in row 16 and 17. Standard rated purchases local and standard rated purchases input that have been transferred from Schedule 1A and Schedule 1B. And standard rated purchases input have been transferred from Schedule 1C and 1D. So we are going to see what are the components on that respective schedule and how we can go through them. So standard rated purchases local, these are the local purchases that you attain within the respective tax period, which you purchases local within your country, of which is Republic of Tanzania. So this is the point where you'll have only 4 columns. That number 1 will be the serial number, the FD verification code, that will allow you to key in the VSP verification code as from the upgraded EFD machines that Mr. Patrick talked earlier, the 2.1. And you have a status where you'll be able to make an apportionment of either input tax to attribute to taxable supplies only, input tax attribute to taxable and exempt, input tax attribute to exempt supplies. Then you shall have a column of declaring precisely what the invoice, what are the good description on the respective invoice. So filling those 4 columns, you can add laws as much as you require, or you can delete those as much as you can require before submitting, but you can also remove duplicates in case there are any, and you can also sort areas if upon on the VFD verification code, of which this sort errors on verification code, the red button is most likely to be used after validation if there are any errors. Then you shall have the navigation button of the previous and the next sheet through the Excel sheets. Then the next, these are the EFD and the ESD receipts that have been issued by the upgraded machines. As you can see, I think Mr. Patrick have made a very good clarification as well, so I'll take my time and skip those for the sake of saving time. Then we shall go to standard rated purchases by GPG and bank. This is kind of a bit of extended Excel sheet. I think when we go on the ongoing presentation, we shall have a demo, so you'll have a good glimpse of it on how the extension of those columns are made. But basically, we shall have the supplier's name, the supplier's VRN, you shall have the control number, of which you shall key in the control number of local GPG invoices or the bank charges that you have acquired from any bank charge that issued and physicalized receipt. Then you shall have a proper good description, the receipt date, the amount exclusive that will compute VAT, the 18% automatically. Then you shall have a room for making the apportionment, whether to attribute to taxable, attribute to exempt, or attribute to both taxable and exempt. Then you shall have the amount of input tax to be claimable on that respective invoice. Down below, you have the same rows to add rows, to delete rows, to remove duplicates, to sort errors and control, to navigate from the previous and to the next sheet. Then we shall go to standard rated purchases imports. Here you'll have only 3 columns. That will be the serial number, will be the Tansad number, of which you are supposed to fill in with no any characters, the dash or the minus or whatsoever. Then you shall have the status, where you shall make an apportionment either to taxable, to exempt, or to both taxable and exempt. Here you won't have the place to fill the good description, because TANSI system is a bit complex, and it has covered to make sure that whatever invoice is being issued, it has a proper good description, of which if that will be covered on EFDs, we shall also have the 3 columns eliminating the other column of the code description. Down below you have the same options, either to add, to delete, to remove duplicates, sort errors, and navigate to the previous and to the next sheet. Then we shall have WAFED charges. For those who have been in earlier presentation, this sheet was not being presented, but through Payroll system, it has come to attention that there is a requirement of it, and it has already been accommodated. So this sheet will allow you to key in all your WAFED charges in the respective tax period, and enable you to apportion them accordingly if it's required to do so. And you can key in the bill number and make an apportionment, whether to taxable, exempt, or both. Then from there you can add and delete laws as you please. Then you can remove the duplicates. Then if there have been errors upon validation, you'll be able to sort the errors and delete them. Then it will also allow you to navigate on the previous and the next sheet. Then we shall have taxable imported services. As we talked earlier, all imported services, since VAT is a matter of the Union Republic, it's a republic issue, so it's exclusively for Tanzania. So whatever you import within Tanzania, if it is it qualified to be your credit input. So if you qualify to credit for the input, you shall be able to declare it on this sheet, of which you shall have an exporter's name, you shall have originating country. There you have a drop menu of all the various countries around the globe, so you'll be able to select any of those. You shall have the service description, you shall have amount of exclusive VAT filled there. It will compute automatically the 18% of the respective VAT exclusive. Then you shall also be able to apportion whether to taxable, to exempt, or both taxable and exempt, of which after filling this sheet is when it will account it as output and input on the first part of a VAT return. And down below you shall be able to add laws, delete laws as you please, and you'll be able to navigate from the previous and the next sheet. Then you shall go to deferred capital goods. Here you will be required to fill only the Tansad number of that you have attained, that the VAT has been deferred. As you know, the whole procedure that whenever you think you qualify for the deferment on that respective capital good, you make an application. So when the application is being approved, that particular capital good will be deferred on that specific capital goods. So when you attain that invoice number of that deferred capital goods and you just key in there, upon validation, it will take it as a deferred capital goods, and if it's not, it will reject it. So it's just that kind of simple. You don't have to go around all the process of vetting it or whatsoever. So if it qualifies and it has been approved, whenever you key in the Tansad number, it will automatically accept. If it doesn't, and it wasn't approved to be deferred, then it will automatically reject. Then you can add as many laws as you please, or delete as many laws as you please. You can remove duplicates, sort errors, If there are any errors after validation, then you can have an option to navigate whether to the previous or the next page. Then we shall have the disclosure of adjustments. The disclosure of adjustments, this is, you'll have a proper understanding when you are going through the section 71 to 80. That lays the proper description on how you should go against your adjustment. There are some adjustments require you to make a disclosure, and some of them don't. So you should have a proper understanding of the law provision so that you can go through it. And the sheet is, here the sheet is kind of a bit narrowed, but you shall have a proper glance when on the ongoing presentation of the demo, so you can have the whole sheet displayed properly. So here you shall have an option to key in the type of adjustment, whether it's bad debts, whether it's insurance, whether it's finance, whether it's on VAT registration, or whether it's cancellation of the registration. Then you shall have a nature of adjustment. Basically, we have two natures of adjustment, increasing adjustment and decreasing adjustment. So you'll have it selected there. Then you'll key in the VAT exclusive amount of that specific adjustment, and it can basically be a tax fraction to which you subdue. Then you shall have the VAT amount computed. Then you shall have description and remarks. So here you can add as many laws as you please and delete as many laws as you please. But for one clarification that I can make, it's like when we preview the area, the previous page, when we preview the previous page, there we are. When it comes to adjustment, as you can see, you're not allowed to fill any VAT exclusive amounts. You only adjust the VAT amount. Either you increase the specific VAT amount or you decrease the specific VAT amount. So when disclosing a particular adjustment, for instance, bad debts, on the disclosure of the adjustment, for instance, if the bad debts VAT for respective tax period that I'm making an adjustment is a total sum of 500 VAT. We anticipate the 500 could be the VAT of maybe 10 to 5 people. So it's required for you to declare the same on the disclosure of adjustment, of which here you shall have 5 rows of bad debts. You shall have, of those 5 rows, you shall precisely have the nature of adjustment to decreasing adjustment, and the amount of exclusive amount should make a VAT amount that will make a sum of total of those 5 VAT amount to 500. I hope that is well understood. But for the sake of according to the provision, there are some adjustment that requires further declaration and provision of multiple documents. So due to materiality, we kindly advised, so far you'll have a correct tax computation when you submit your return. But for the sake of declaring or making a declaration to the commissioner on why and what compelled you to make an adjustment, you can make a cover letter and you can attach those specific documents and submit it to the respective tax office of which your tax affairs have been administrated. But so far, you'll have a correct tax computation and you can go and pay your VAT, or if repairable, you can carry forward in an accurate manner. So that being said, we'll have covered all the VAT filing form. That's the essence of the VAT filing form, of which that's the return that we're supposed to submit. And that's the part where the enhancement has been done. The next, we shall go through the filing process on how we're going to submit our returns. So we shall go through the filing process. We basically have 5 stages of filing. We have the registration process, of which the registration takes place where you attain the VRN certificate and the VRN number. Upon acquiring that, automatically you will be VAT liable. You will be liable to submit the returns. So automatically, after registering yourself with the filing, you have that liability. If you're already registered, automatically that liability will be added to your respective e-filing account. Then we'll have a stage of which you're required to file the return. This will enable you to go to the specific company if it's an entity for a declarant part, or if an individual, you go to the specific tax period. Then you have an option to download the Excel form. You shall fill it, you shall upload it, you'll be able to preview it and submit it for validation. Then we'll have to go to the third stage, where is return processing. Here is where all the validation takes place. After filing the return, you'll be able to preview, before filing the return, you'll be able to preview it. If you're submitting the correct information, then you shall upload it. Upon uploading, there will be a return processing, of which it will make sure to check all the things that you keyed in, if are correctly and they have been filled, provided with the administration of the law. So here is where the validation of the receipts, the validation of your transaction number, your other information, your credit brought forward will be processed. Then if that process goes on well, you shall go to the next stage, whether you'll be able to submit your return and attain your assessment. But if that process doesn't go well, the return will be rejected and you'll be able to correct your errors and resubmit and go through the whole process again. So going to the fourth stage, we'll have assessment generation. Here automatically with the new system, after submitting your return, automatically you'll attend the assessment and the acknowledgement, and you'll be able to view your VAT return specifically that you submitted on that tax period. So if you prefer manual documentation, you can print it out and keep it in your file for documentation. But if you are more advanced with the e-process of doing things, you can just download it and keep a soft copy, so for further use or whatsoever. Then instantly you can make a tax payment within e-filing. So after making and submitting the return, and you have the assessment on e-filing previewed to you, you'll be able to go to the payment module on the e-filing and generate the control number for the specific debit number of the return. So basically those are shortly the explanations on this filing process that cover those 5 stages. So normally, for those who know, for those who are familiar with the system, you normally go to the e-filing, to the website of TRA. You'll opt for e-filing system. Then you'll be given a window to log in. If you have the credentials, if you don't have the credential, you have to register yourself, of which for an entity it needs a declarant, but for an individual, you'll go through the process and be able to register yourself. Then from there, you'll have an access to your account. Having an access to your account, you'll excuse me, I'll go a bit kind of fast because this all will be demonstrated well in the demo. So just for the sake of understanding, I'll just go through very fast. So this will be your interference. On this interference, you'll go to unfiled returns. For a declarant who is filing on behalf of the entity, you'll be able to view all the entities that appointed you as the declarant and choose the specific entity so that you can file for the VAT return. For an individual, you just go to unfiled returns and you find the required tax period that you are required to submit the return on the specific VAT return. Then you'll be able to opt. So you first interference, you'll find the year of income. Then you select, then you shall be able to view the tax period within that respective year of income, and you can see fit what return you are ought to submit. But this return will also be administering the date of you submitting the return, of which, for spoiler alert, if you have delayed filing your return, upon submitting your return instantly, your return will comprise with a penalty for late submission. And it will be on basis of 2.5 or current point. So that being said, we shall be able to go to the specific tax period of the specific year of income and be able to download the Excel file. So if we download the Excel file down below, we'll be able to fill it as we discussed earlier and choose the respective file and upload it. So when uploaded, when you choose the file, as you can see there is a value-added XLM. That is an indicator that you have uploaded a certain Excel file there. Then you'll be able to upload it. Uploading it will give you a discrimination that you confirm to upload that document, and it will give you a notification that is uploaded. There is the part where you'll have a preview to make sure whatever you declared on your return is accurate. So we mostly emphasize people before submitting it, make sure you check it through on this stage to make sure all the particulars are okay, to avoid back and forth of the correction of errors. I think you're familiar with that, with this previous return that we've been filing. So after having a go-through on the preview of the return, you can confirm to to validate it. Upon validation, this is where the return is being processed. So if the return qualifies and all the declaration has been made correctly, you'll have the status to VAT assessed waiting for submission, which comes with the orange color. But if the particulars that you filled, they don't qualify according to the provision of the law, or you have keyed some wrong information, you'll have rejected due to errors. That will require you to re-download the return that you submitted, collect it, then upload it again. So assume everything is well, you'll have a preview on what you have submitted. That will give you the amount of input, the amount of output, tax that has been keyed in, and the amount of credit brought forward. But also, as you can see here, all the 9 schedules that we had, they are being outlined here before submission. So you can go to each and every tab of that Excel to preview what are the details within that return, of which when we are going on the demo, you'll see the proper way on how it displays. But here it will give you an option to see whether those local purchases are being imported in those fields that you didn't supposed to fill at the first place. You'll be able to see the expansion of the EF verification code that will account for all the particulars, who is your supplier, the VRN number, the VAT amount, the 18%, and the apportionment. If it took place, it will show you the amount of input tax to be claimed. So here you'll be able to preview what actual information are you submitting for your return. If you're not pleased with it, or you find that there's an error on it, you can reject at this stage and resubmit again, or you can reject so that you can come to TR office for a rectification, then you can resubmit your return. So this is the schedule of standardized purchases local. As you can see, we have an expansion. You just kept only one EFD verification code, but upon uploading after validation, it gives expansion to those whatsoever details. Then we shall have the local GPG. Same thing as well, but in this specific return, we didn't declare any GPGs, so that's why you see they're all zeros. The same will have the purchases of importation. We didn't have any, but that will be the expansion. You shall see it cleared in demo. It will give an expansion on that TASAD number, all the information within that TASAD number, the VAT amount, the amount exclusive, and the apportionment that has been made in that respective TASAD number. Same applies to WAFEG. Here there was a WAFEG details. As you can see, there was a WAFEG bill number, TASAD date, amount exclusive, the amount charged on that VAT, and the status of VAT is 1. Mind you, we have 3 types of, we can make 3 kinds of apportionment: attribute to taxable, taxable and exempt. So status number 1 is mapped to input to attribute to taxable supplies, and when the status is 2, that means it's input tax attribute to both taxable and exempt, and when it's 3, it's input tax attribute to exempt supplies. Then from there, it will give you the actual input tax to be claimed. Then we shall have taxable imported services. Then we shall have deferred capital goods. The same apply. You shall have an expansion of that deferred capital transfer that you keyed in there. If it was genuine and it was deferred, you'll have that relevant explanation on what was the good description, on what date was it issued, the VAT amount, and the VAT exclusive amount of that deferred capital. That deferred VAT, my bad. Then we shall have disclosure of adjustment. It will work that you'll have that other adjustment, bad debts or whatsoever that you keyed in. It will show you whether you're making a decreasing or an increasing adjustment as you keyed in. It will show the amount exclusive and the VAT amount. And also it will give you a room to make a remark, so it will also be displayed there. So at this stage, we have 2 basic stages of previewing your return: upon uploading it and after validation. So we mostly emphasize you make sure you preview upon uploading to make sure you don't have back and forth of rectifying your return, but also make a thorough preview before uploading to make sure you upload a return with the correct tax computation. So that being said, if you have reviewed thoroughly and you acknowledge that whatever is being computed and whatever is being keyed there is correct and accurate, you'll be able to submit it. And it will give you that I, somebody, am hereby declare that information given on this return and accompany document on behalf of that somebody is complete and accurate to the best of my knowledge and belief. I understand that giving false information in the return or concealing any part of the income or tax payable can lead myself or the entity to be prosecuted. So there you'll be able, yes, submit, or no, maybe later. So no, maybe later, you'll have an option to reject it, but yes, submit automatically, you shall submit it. Then the return will be submitted, and you'll be able to view the filed return. You'll be able to view the acknowledgement receipt. You'll be able to view the assessment. And instantly, you can go and make your payment. So that being said, I would like to emphasize that we should, any system is being implemented for the sake of assisting us and simplifying our activities or day-to-day activities. So if we use it and we comply with it and we support it, it will be beneficial to us. But if we misuse it, we shall say the system is not beneficial to us and is kind of awkward with our operation. So I would like to insist that first of all, let's try to understand the provision of the law on the VAT Act. And second, let's try to be more open and precise to make a self and clear declaration. And also, if we fail to understand some of the implications, let's take trouble. Because if you don't invest in taxation, you also have an expense to that misadministration of taxation. So if you cater for your profits, it's better you get to know specific tax and its administration rules so that you can encounter more costs upon the misadministration of that respective tax. So TRA offices are open, and the respective tax societies that we have, they are also aware of this. So in case of any misunderstanding, go to the tax consultant. If you're not, if you didn't get enough clarification, come to the TRA office. You'll be well clarified, and at the end of the time, you'll be able to comply with the tax laws. You'll be able to pay your tax on time. You'll be able to have a collector's computation, and we'll be able to build our nation with all our compliances and all our wills. So that being said, I would like to thank you for your attention, and have a good it's morning. Have a good morning. So I would like to welcome Mr. Olysis to take you through the demo.
Naam, karibuni sana. Natumaini kwamba maelezo mnayopata ni mazuri. Hope you're enjoying the seminar. As we proceed, if you do wish to warm up a little bit, cheer up a little bit, you may stand up and take a walk, stretch, or come and pick up some coffee or masala tea if you wish. Karibuni sana. So we're ready to proceed? I can already see lots of questions on YouTube. Please, if the Wi-Fi is not working with your phone, please just use your normal data. And we're already picking out the relevant questions. Alafu hizi tunazipeleka kwa ndugu zetu wa TRA moja kwa moja ili tuweze kufanya a good wrap up with the Q&A session. Karibuni sana, tafadhali. Please make use of the services and our good hospitality. Ndugu zangu, hatujamaliza. Kwa hiyo kama unatoka na kwamba ndio kwamba unaondoka, sio mwisho hata kidogo yani. Kwa natumaini kwamba tumetoka kwenda tu kujinyoosha kidogo na kurefresh. Lakini tunaendelea hivi punde. Bado kuna at least segment muhimu sana ya kuiona hii system inavyofanya kazi. Kwa hiyo please naomba baada ya muda mfupi turejee. Tupeane kama dakika 2-3 hivi. Wallahi ukiwa tayari tu naomba tupe prompt tafadhali. You ready? Okay. Ndugu zangu tuendelee. Nashukuru sana kwamba tumetoka kidogo kupumzika, kujinyoosha. Karibuni kwa wale ambao tunaendelea kupata chai kidogo kujichangamsha. Lakini tuendelee basi na semina yetu. Tuko mindful of time na vile vile kwamba kuna wakati utafika lazima tutajikuta tunatoka tu kwa sababu ya kwenda kusali. Kwa hiyo karibu sana Bwana Olais.
Asante Taji.
Naomba ujisikie huru kabisa. Naomba isogeze mic kidogo kwa upande wako. Tuendelee. So, over 1,000 attendees humu ndani, 500 plus kwenye YouTube, very successful. Tujipigie makofi kwa wale ambao mikono yetu iko huru. This is very well done to our partners. Asanteni sana Assad Associates, ITL na TRA. Karibu sana Olais.
Asante Taji. Habari za saizi tena. Good morning. My name is Olais Liza. I'll be taking you through the new enhanced VAT e-filing system, but particularly my colleagues have just going to take you through all the presentations and how it works, but now we'll be going live to the system and see the full flow of how the system works until filing the return and also obtaining the assessments and all other particulars pertaining the VAT. So I'm glad that I think we are about more than half now, so we can go on. But first, what I wanted to clarify is that I believe all of you are using the e-filing system. Maybe you are a declarant or you're a director, so that I believe all of us, we've been in the system once or more than once from the start of the new e-filing system. Is there anyone who is maybe a new person to the system who wasn't logged into the system? I believe the silent means all of us have been logged into the system previously. So let us start from the login credentials. You need to log in as a declarant first. So you'll key in the particulars for the declarant. If you came with your laptops, also you can log into the e-filing system. If you have a laptop, also you can log in as a declarant. So I wanted also us to experience the difference between we have logged into a declarant whose TIN is not a business TIN. His TIN is for the purpose of non-business TIN. It's not for the purpose of business. Maybe it's for driving license, or it's just a declarant who has been appointed by different companies to submit the returns on their behalf. So it will have a different view from the TIN of a declarant whose TIN is for business purposes. So when your TIN is only for non-business purposes, when you log in, you'll see the view will have this look. But if you log in as a declarant, whose TIN is for business purposes, your portal will have a different look. So I just wanted us to experience that, because maybe some others have raised questions that why my portal has a different look from the one in training. It will have a different look because of the details of your TIN. So let us go on to the declarant intended today for training. So because of time, we'll go through a bit fast. After you log in, you go to the main menu on your far left with the black screen. The main menu will have all the particulars to navigate through the system. After home, you have returns. And when you go to the returns, you have three drop-down menus. On the three drop-down menus, you go to the entity and file returns if you want to file the VAT return, or you go to the entity due date extension if you want to apply for extension as per Section 39 of the Tax Administration Act. So if the days are qualified to apply for extension, you go to the second drop-down menu, then you click there for applying extension, or to look for applied extensions. Maybe you get the answer for the applied extension, you'll see the particulars here. So should we start with the extensions, or should we go straight to filing the returns? Filing the returns? Okay. So you go to the entity and file returns. Then all the companies which have appointed you as a declarant will populate here. Then you go to the specific company which you want to file the VAT return for. Is there a representative from BFP? A representative, maybe a consultant from Baresa Food? I believe they are not here. Then today we can use the particular account for BFP, but this is a test saver. Don't worry, the returns won't populate on your account. So you have the names of the companies which have appointed you. You'll see the TIN and the total unfiled returns. If you see your company here and the unfiled returns doesn't match with your live sessions, don't worry. These are just test savers. Also, you have the action buttons. You go to the action button of the Baresa Food products, you view, then you'll see, now we have changed. Previously, when you click the action button for viewing the returns, all the returns will populate. But as you know that the system is being built between TRA and the end users who are the taxpayers, so obviously you advise us what to do, and we are very good listeners. So whatever you suggest, we also change. So don't worry, even if you think that we need to enhance more the system, you just advise us. We're always open to listen to any advice. So you advised us to change because after adding the VAT, the returns were too many. So you need to put a way that you can view easily, that system can be user-friendly, so that you can view the returns in a certain batches. So we thought that the good batches to view the returns will be the years of income. So you go to the specific year of income. So you put different years of income. You will also see the amount of returns which are filed for the particular year of income. You go to the action button to view the returns for the specific year of income. Because the VAT return, as the previous note issued by the Commissioner General was stating that the public notes was stating that the VAT returns will be filed from April. So we believe it stays the same. Then we'll start to file on the March returns. You go to the action button, you click view. Then you have a lot of maybe unfiled returns. Let's say all these are being filed in the live session. Then you have these two returns. Today we are specifically interested with the VAT returns. So we go to the last return which has not been filed. Maybe you'll be filing for March on the month of April. So you'll be filing for March. You go to the action button of the e-file. Then it will populate some particulars. First we put the reminder so that any declarant who is filing the return for a specific company, you should match the particulars in your Excel template with the ones which are here. So if any particular here doesn't match with the Excel template, then the Excel template won't upload. So when your Excel template has been rejected, don't screenshot it and send it to TRA. That's not the best solution, obviously. Sometimes it's just that you need to change maybe something a little in your Excel template which has been populated here. If you upload a different Excel template with maybe different theme, then the system itself will tell us that you're uploading a template with a different theme from the one of BFP. So instead of screenshotting it and sending an email, you just read the pop-up messages. Then you'll go to the I believe you have seen previously, we have uploaded the requirement for filing the VAT returns. Those returns, we didn't upload them in the e-filing system so that you can upload. No. All the returns, maybe you have been uploading them through the different system, through the current system. So we uploaded them so as you can obtain, because it was difficult to send all the Excel templates to all taxpayers. So the easiest way was uploading it in the e-filing system, so every one of you could obtain them within a very short period of time. So maybe if you log in today, you won't see the requirement to file those VAT returns. I believe the people who logged in from yesterday evening, you didn't saw the requirement to file all the previous VAT returns. We have removed them, then we upload them maybe today or tomorrow. We upload the new Excel templates that you are supposed to file during March, which will be filing in April. So we have removed which have been requested in the new e-filing system. So we'll see how the Excel template looks like, and we'll see the particulars in the Excel template so that we can go and change our VAT accounts so that they can accommodate some particulars which the TRA requires us to submit the returns for. So make sure that all your receipts, the EFD receipts, you record them with the correct EFD verification codes. Because now we are having a pilot session with some taxpayers, so we experienced a lot of difficulties with the ones who are recording the verification codes. A lot of codes were wrongly put in the VAT accounts for the different taxpayers. So we had different large taxpayers who were appointed, and as we go on through the pilot filing system, more than half of the verification codes were not correct. So you can see how the work could be done if you're filing the return on 20th. Then you need to go through maybe, let's say, 7,000 verification codes which were not correctly recorded, because some verification codes had some hyphens between them, or some verification codes didn't have some letters. As you know, all the verification codes from 9 to 13 digits, there must be some letters. But we faced those challenges. That's why we need to advise you that you need to change the way you are recording your VAT accounts. So let's go through the actual return. The first sheet, as explained here earlier by my colleague Einstein, you need to fill in the particulars of the taxpayer, the correct particulars which are here. You start with the TIN. Also the month of return. The month of return here must match the month of return which is here, with the open, with the one which you are filing. So it will be open. So you must match the return of this particular March. Also the year of income. Also, I want here all of us to understand is that in the type of return, we have two types of returns. We have the normal returns, which we'll be having maybe payments, will fall under payments or repayments. Also, we have nil returns. So if you select on the scroll down menu here, you have two options, the normal return and the nil return. If you select the nil return, all the particulars in that Excel template will be faded and won't be there anymore. So we have only we only have a cell, one single cell to fill in the net negative balance from previous month. Maybe it's the month February. You only have to fill. We only have one single cell to fill for the month of February. But if it's a normal return, you can fill anything in that particular return. Maybe let's see the actual return. If you select normal return, all the cells in this Excel template will have cells which can be editable. In all our Excel templates, anywhere which has a white cell, that cell can be editable. And if it has a yellow cell, then that Excel cannot be editable because there are formulas there. So, but if you select new return, all the other sheets have been disappeared, and only we have the VAT return, and all the white cells have been colored with, we have locked all the cells because you won't need to fill anything because it's a new return. The only cell which will remain to be filled will be the net negative balance cell, number 35. So you only fill the net negative balance from previous month return. So you need to be specific here upon selecting the type of return you're filling in. So let's go on with the normal return. Also the GFS code, as explained later. I think that doesn't need a lot of clarifications. So we'll go specifically to the return. You fill all the, maybe you fill all the cells in the output tax. You fill if you have any, maybe the standard rated, the special reliefs. You'll fill. Then you also, maybe if you have adjustment for increasing adjustment, you only fill on the part of VAT charged for that particular event. So if you have a bad debt event, let's say you have a debtor who was qualified for adjustment. Maybe you need to, the debtor hasn't paid you for more than 18 months as per VAT Act. As we know, VAT is different from income. Debtors in VAT, only you have a requirement for 18 months, but in income tax we have different requirements. But in VAT, the requirement is only 18 months. So if you do the increasing adjustment or decreasing adjustment, you notify him or her with the note. So if you're doing an increasing adjustment, the only thing to write here or to fill in here is the amount of tax, not the exclusive amount. The exclusive amount will be filled in the disclosure note of that particular adjustment. Let's say you have 900,000 maybe of bad debts. Then we'll go on to the disclosure adjustment. You'll add rows, let's say 5. Then we'll disclose that 900 million, where was the event has happened, through which return specifically are you, instead of writing the adjustment notes to the commissioner, then you have to write just the disclosure of adjustment through the specific return. So you put on, maybe you have 3 or 4 bad debts, which comprise of the 900,000. You put in the nature of adjustment is increasing. Here you put the exclusive amount of VAT. Then the VAT will be charged. It's not specifically that the amount of VAT charged here should be equal to the amount of VAT here, because let's say the amount of VAT in that particular return maybe was apportioned. Then the amount paid and the amount specifically paid through the adjustment event, they are different. So what you need to disclose, the actual amount which have been involved in that particular event from previous returns. So here you put the exclusive amount, but here you only fill in the amount of tax which you have paid. Is that correct? Okay. Then we put maybe this bad debt comprises of many different amounts. Also, you can delete rows. And we'll put the description for each adjustment event. So describe as this event was specifically, you have the explanation as we are explaining through the adjustment notes. So put the same explanations here on the description or remarks. So the cell can comprise a lot of words. You can just put all the words the ones which you are supposed to write in the adjustment notes. You write them here on the remarks. Also, this is for all the adjustment events from prior returns. It's not that you cancel a receipt, maybe you issue a receipt, a wrong receipt, maybe, and you're going to the VAT returns and you're saying that you're adjusting. Is that an adjustment event? If you issue a wrong EFD receipt and hasn't been claimed in any of the returns, maybe let's say you're issuing now, then after issuing the receipt, you come to know that the receipt is wrongly, maybe has a wrong calculation, or you have put maybe another zero in the amount. Should that be adjusted in your VAT returns? Yes. Okay. Why should it be adjusted? Eh? Already captured in the EFD. And the adjustments are from section 71 to 80. Okay, I believe we all have internet, so we'll go and read the particulars in the adjustment events. But that's not an adjustment event, according to the law. Okay, let's go. But I believe we have Assad will help us, so we should go on also. For all we know that we have a lot of adjustments. So all the adjustments, we try to put some adjustment events which are occurring from time to time. So if you see there is no any adjustment here, which is maybe financial services, not a minor error, it's not a cancellation of VAT registration, then we put that adjustment in other adjustment cell. So we put in other adjustment cell, and you go to disclose it, and we put the remarks for that particular adjustment. And we'll fill in part 2. I believe many of you are interested in part 2 for the standard rated purchases, local, of EFD. We have two parts, the EFD part, and we have part B of the GPG and bank charges. So let us start with the EFD. In the EFD, I've seen some questions in the page of YouTube, which is live. We've seen that people are asking that, can you put, if you have bulk data from your Excel templates, can you paste them in the Excel template? Yes, you can paste them through a particular manner that will be showing you here. You can have, maybe let's say you have 10 receipts. Oh, let us go and take some receipts. As we have seen that, you can paste through the EFD verification codes row. So you paste from above to the bottom, and don't leave any unfilled cell. in the last line, you need to delete all the rows which you won't be using them. Let's say, let us add 3 rows. Then you delete the rows from the bottom. Then you add the description of the goods. Oh, I didn't have the descriptions, but I believe you have the descriptions in your VAT accounts. So don't put the description as per the EFDs. We know a lot of EFDs. When you go to buy maybe mixed supplies, or you have a lot of supplies you are doing, then usually they put summarized sale. Yeah, so don't put summarized sale, because we believe that on that EFD receipt, particular EFD receipt, you know what you have bought with that receipt. So you need to know the description of the goods which you have been bought in that receipt. So this is just a demo. You should not put the description as per the training. You need to put a specific description of the receipt. This is just for demonstration purposes. Also, this will be filling the local purchases, and this is part A. Also, part B, as we've seen here in number 16, in column row 16. Then you go to the purchases local, standard rated purchases local. Here we'll be filling in the GPG, the government receipts, which are fiscalized, and also be filling in the bank statements, the bank charges we are obtaining from the bank statements. I believe all of you have bank accounts, so you usually claim the input tax from the bank statement. Are they readable? So if you put the cursor in the specific cell to fill in the control number, you need to put in the actual account number for that bank, which you want to claim that bank statement. So you put the account number for that statement, the bank statement. You put first the account number, all the numbers in that account, then you put the month of that statement obtained from the bank. You put the month in capital letters, and you put the year of that bank statement obtained from the bank. So in that bank statement, I believe you will find in the account number, you know the month of that bank statement, then you will also know the year of income for that bank statement. So it will be example for then it will be for March 2022. And in the particular of invoice or statement date, you put the invoice date, the date of which the invoice was issued. Also, you put the date of which the bank statement was issued or was obtained from the bank. Maybe the statement was from 1st February to 28th February. Then you put the last date on that bank statement, the date which was issued. It will be 28th, maybe, or 31st. March 2022. It will be in a specific format of day, month, year. And we'll put the description, maybe for Pantanesco is electricity. And we'll put the amount, exclusive amount in that particular receipt. As we've seen, after filling the particulars in that Excel template, the only first row will have the amount in the input tax claimable. So you need to change all the statuses to the specific amount of apportionment. Maybe it's attributable to taxable supplies or both, or it's attributable to exempt. Then we'll change all the status in that particular transaction. That will be filled in for number 16, the standard rated purchases local and standard rated purchases local GPG. So upon electricity payments and all the bank statements, as we said in the previous training, that the Excel template will be improved and enhanced so that to comprise all the particulars to claim that input taxes. Also, number 17 will be the standard rated purchases and imports. Upon imports, we know you have the TANSAD numbers. You need to fill in the 13 numbers obtained from your TANSAD. And the only TANSAD which can be claimable are the ones which have been exited the customs. If the TANSAD number, we know a lot of people are claiming the TANSADs which were not being paid duties and the TANSADs were not released. So if the TANSAD doesn't have exited status, the TANSAD number cannot be used to claim the input taxes. So the only TANSAD which will pass the verification status, the verifications, will be the ones which have exited the customs departments. Also in the TANSADs, you need to see the exited date. If the exited date is more than the return date, then the TANSAD won't be claimed in that particular month. Or if the TANSAD hasn't exited, it won't be claimed. Or if the exited date is more than 6 months also, it won't be claimed in that particular tax period. Also in the TANSADs, you'll put the specific TANSADs. Make sure the number is correct. The TANSAD numbers are correct. There must be 13 numbers. And also in the imports, you have WAFE charges. The WAFE charges are obtained in your assessments, or you can speak to the agents who will give you the assessment. You'll see the WAFE with charges, which will be obtained through your bill number. The 15 numbers in your TANSADs, those with the W in between, those are the WAFE charges. And we'll fill in the imported services, if any, for that particular tax period. Also, we'll fill in the deferred capital goods If maybe you have imported capital goods and you applied for deferment and it has been approved, then you'll take the specific TANSAD number for that particular you came through the TANSAD number in that particular deferred capital good. Then you have the disclosure of adjustments. So in 16 and 17, we have filled in the specific sheets for that for the purchases, for the inputs. So they will populate after validation. But right now they won't populate here the calculations until we validate the TANSADs and the EFDs and the bill numbers. So the amount of taxes in those particular EFDs and TANSADs will populate after validation of the return. But in the local purchases and the non-creditable, the exempt purchases and non-creditable for local and imports, you will fill in the exclusive amounts. Also in the decreasing adjustment, it's the same as the increasing adjustment, but the only particular which has changed is the non-creditable purchases included in standard rated purchases. You will fill in the amounts which have been included in those particular receipts maybe. So you fill in the non-creditable purchases in standard rated. We fill in the exclusive amounts, and all other decreasing adjustments will remain the same. And number 35, we will fill in the net negative balance from your previous return. Maybe the approved one from previous return. You fill in here, but specifically the amount which is filled in this cell won't populate in your VAT assessment, because the amount which will populate in your VAT assessment is the one which will be from the database of the TRA database from your previous return. If your previous return maybe had 0 or maybe had 1,000 and we filled in the different amount here, then the amount which will populate in your assessment is the one which is in TRA database from your previous return assessment. So we need to be specific there. After filling in the whole return, you go through it, then you save. Then you go back to the specific return you want to file and upload the Excel template. After you attach your Excel template, you see it in the choose file cell on your right. Then you go to the upload. You have the first pop-up message of confirmation upon uploading the Excel template. Then you confirm the upload. The return is failed. Why is it failed? While you don't have any return populated there in the unfiled returns. So let us show you why it has failed. It has failed because the previous return, the February return, has not been filed successfully. So what you're supposed to do is not snip tool the failed pop-up message and send it to TRA. You just close and you go to the filed returns submenu. Then you open the filed returns. You'll see the February return. It has not, maybe had some errors. It was not successfully filed. So you need to file the February return first. So you see the February return. It wasn't submitted successfully. So you see the status, it is rejected due to data errors. You go to the action button, you review the errors, then the Excel template will be downloaded automatically. Then you open the Excel template to see what were the errors in that particular return. Any error which will be rejected with a database, it will be specified in your Excel template downloaded in the view error cell. So you go to the standard rated purchases local. Today we wanted you specifically to see what will be happening in your Excel template in the live sessions. So that's why we uploaded an Excel and a return which has verification codes which do not contain buyer's TIN. All these receipts were issued to BFP, but they didn't contain the TIN for DFP as per Section 86 of the VAT Act. So these receipts or verification codes cannot be used to claim input taxes for that particular tax period. I believe you understand. Yeah, so all these verification codes cannot be used to claim input tax for that tax period. So if you put the cursor in the specific cell of the verification code, it will populate the reason for rejection of that particular verification code. So in this receipt, the e-filer is not the buyer of the receipt with verification code, which is specified there, and the verification code is valid. But e-filer TIN does not match buyer's TIN. So if you take this verification code, we go to the TRA systems, we verify them, then we'll see the particulars, specific particulars of that TIN, and we want to comprise the buyer's TIN of BFP. So as per Section 86, you can't claim input for that particular tax period. So all the EFD receipts for that particular month had different problems. So all the rejection reasons will be seen, and all the cells with which have been comprising the rejected EFD verification codes will have a red color. So all the input taxes for that particular tax period with BFP will be rejected. Also, you'll go through the other sheets. For GPG, it's not there. For input taxes, all the TANSA they've passed. But in the WAFAGE, we've seen there are also red cells in the particulars. So in the WAFAGE sheet, we have seen the WAFAGE which have been passed, and also we had some WAFAGEs which were rejected, and the reasons. Kwa labda kuspecify vizuri kwa Kiswahili ni kwamba kwa risiti ambazo zitakuwa hazina TIN ya mnunuzi hazitakuwa claimed kwa tax period husika, hautaweza kuclaim. Kama tulivyoona hapo zimekuwa rejected, na sales za hiyo risiti zitakuwa na rangi nyekundu. Kwa hivyo kwa wafage. Kwa wafage ukiandika ile bill number itaenda kwenye system zetu, na kuna columns tumeweka kwamba ita verify kama sheria inavyotaka. Kwa hiyo itaangalia kama ni miezi 6, kama ni ya kipindi cha mbele, kwa sababu tunajua wengi tulikuwa tunafanya. Naamini sasa kwa hiyo sio kitu cha kuficha. Tunajua wengi mmefanya. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi sasa tuanze tu upya. Kwamba kwa ule mchezo wa kuweka return ya mwezi wa 3 unaenda kuituma mwezi wa 4, unaweka receipt za mwezi wa 4 pia, hicho pia hakipo. Kwa sasa hivi itakuwa inakataa. Na kama ukiangalia wafage bill hii iliyokataliwa hapa, yenyewe imezidi miezi 6. Kwa hiyo uwezo ukafanya ukaclaim kwa wafage bill hiyo husika. Kwa hiyo na zenyewe zitakuwa zimekuwa rejected, na zinaweza zikawa ziko tofauti kwenye hii Excel. Siku ya mwisho ya kuclaim ilikuwa tarehe 29 Machi. Kwa na siku ambayo imetumwa return hii ilikuwa imefanya nini? Imezidi miezi 6 kutokea issue date. Kwa kama sheria inavyotaka uclaim ndani ya miezi 6. Kwa automatically hii wafage bill hauta claim tax period hii na tax period nyingine yoyote. Kwa usije ukamlaumu tena sasa hivi bana, nimeenda nimeomba fulani kanikatalia, hamna. Kwa kama sheria inavyosema, mfumo utakuwa unafanya vivyo hivyo. Kwa hizo wafage bill zote zilizokuwa rejected itabidi azitoe. Kwa hizo hazitaweza kuwa claimed. Na kingine ambacho nilikuwa nataka tu specify pia ni kwamba receipt itaingia kwenye mfumo wetu mara moja tu. Naomba pia tuelewane hapa. Kwa wale ambao walikuwa wanaingiza receipt mwezi wa 3, unakaa miezi 4 unaingiza tena receipt hiyo. Naamini wengi tunajua hivi sio vitu vya kuficha. Kwa hiyo hicho kitu jamani hakipo tena. Kwa hilo pia tena itakuwa hamna. Kwa hiyo sije receipt imekataliwa huko, na ikikataa tutakwambia kabisa hii receipt imeshakuwa claimed lini. Kwa hiyo tutakwambia kabisa hii receipt imekuwa claimed mwezi gani, return ya mwezi gani na tarehe ngapi. Kwa hiyo tutakwambia pia. Na receipt ukicancel, sasa hivi tunaboresha, ukicancel receipt kama ilikuwa claimed na mtu mwingine, uweze kucancel hiyo receipt. Naomba pia hapo tuelewane. Kama mtu umesha issue receipt, umempa mnunuzi, ameondoka nayo, akienda kuclaim kwenye system yetu, ikiingia kwenye database yetu, hiyo receipt uweze kucancel. Kwa naomba pia tuelewane, maana nimeambiwa niseme kwa Kiswahili hayo ili wote tuelewe kwa haraka. Kwa hiyo receipt uweze kuclaim. Kwa wale waliokuwa na claim receipt, unatoa receipt, unasafirisha mzigo, ukifika Tunduma unarudi unatuandikia tena una cancel. Akati yule mwenzako amesha claim, hiyo vitu tena jamani hamna. Kwa hiyo naomba naamini vimeeleweka. Kwa hivyo tutafanya na kwenye deferred capital goods tutaangalia. Na hapa pia naomba tuelewane, kwenye deferred capital goods inaweza kuwa Tansad moja ina amount of tax ya VAT. Hapa bahati mbaya hatuwezi kufungua Tansad ya mlipa kodi mwingine, lakini ingekuwa tunaweza tungefungua ili tuone, lakini sio vizuri kufungua. Tungeona ile Tansad moja inaweza ikawa na amount ya VAT ambayo umelipa kwa import ya kawaida, na kuna amount ya VAT imekuwa deferred on the same Tansad. Kwa hiyo kama imekuwa deferred on the same Tansad, usijali. System ina uwezo wa Tansad hiyo husika utaijaza kwenye imported service. Hapa kwenye imported standard purchases imports utaijaza Tansad hiyo kama ina VAT kwa kipindi hicho, na Tansad hiyo kama kuna deferred amount ya VAT kwenye the same Tansad, kwa sababu najua Tansad zinakuwa na item tofauti. Kwa hiyo usijali, system ita hand pick item moja amount ya hiyo item na VAT ilolipo kwa item hiyo. Kwa hiyo usijali ukasema calculations zitakosewa, hapana. System zote za TRA na TRA ndio wanafanya hivyo. Kwa hiyo system iko imewezeshwa iweze ka hand pick amount moja. Kwa hiyo ita pick amount ya kodi ilolipo kwenye Tansad husika, na ita pick amount deferred ya kodi iliyokuwa deferred kwa Tansad hiyo husika, itaiweka kwenye same sahihi, lakini mpaka ujaze ile Tansad kwenye sheet ya deferred capital goods. Kwa wale waliokopo kipindi cha pilot walikuwa unakuta TANSAD husika labda ina deferment ya amount fulani, yeye anaijaza tu sehemu moja akitegemea kwamba system ita breakdown. Hapana. Kwa hiyo the same TANSAD ijaze kwenye imports na the same TANSAD utaijaza kwenye deferred capital goods. Kwa hiyo system yenyewe ita handpick kwenye sales tofauti, kwa sababu tulifungua hapa, bahati mbaya ni kwamba tulitumia ya Baresa kwenye deferment. Hizi particulars zipo huku kulia. Kwa hiyo system itakuwa ina handpick hizi amounts. Kwa hiyo ita handpick amount hii imekuwa deferred kwenye TANSAD hii, na itaangalia pia kama ulijaza nyingine na ipo, ita handpick. Lakini pia kama kwenye the same TANSAD ulikuwa una amount ya VAT umelipa, pia system itafanya nini? Itakugrant kama hiyo TANSAD umejaza kwenye standard purchases imports. Kwa hilo usitie shaka. Ni kama kwenye receipt tu ikiwa na mixed supply. Let's say umeenda supermarket, umenunua vitu ambavyo vinakuwa charged VAT na vitu ambavyo havi charged VAT. Kwa mfumo wa zamani ilikuwa unaandika amount ina charge 18%, si ndio? Then unafanya apportionment wewe mwenyewe. Sasa hivi usifanye hivyo. Wewe utakuwa na hela, TRA itafanya calculation. Jaza ile verification code. Mfumo wetu utachukua amount ya hiyo receipt na amount ya kodi iliyolipwa kwenye receipt husika. Kwa hiyo zile item ambazo hazina VAT hazitakuwa included kwenye calculation ya VAT ya receipt husika. Nadhani nimeeleweka hapo pia. Kwa hiyo zile receipt za mixed supplies, naamini hilo swali nisiwapotezee sana muda kuliuliza, system itafanya. Na kitu kingine labda kilichokuwa kinahitaji clarification kwenye GPG, naamini tulielewa, si ndio? Hata ambao walikuwa wanataka tuseme kwa Kiswahili, tulielewa. Kitu kilichobadilika kutoka kwenye ile, kama ambao walihudhuria zile training za VAT, kilichobadilika ni kwenye control number. GPG tunajua inakuja na control number zile 991 na namba zingine zinaendelea kwa mashirika tofauti ya serikali na numbers tofauti. Kitakachobadilika ni kwenye bank statement. Kama tulivyowaambia, tutawaletea sheet ya bank statement ambayo tutaicomprise hapa kwenye GPG. Tuliogopa kuweka sheet nyingine tofauti, return ingekuwa ndefu sana na pia kidogo ingeweza kukuogopesha. Kwa hiyo ungeona uvivu kujaza. Kwa hiyo tumeijumuisha hapa bank statement kwa sababu tunaamini zile VAT zitakuwa kwenye ile bank statement husika. Kwa hiyo utakachokijaza kwenye control number, utajaza account number ya hiyo bank statement. Kwa sababu unaweza kuwa benki moja ukawa na account let's say 2 au 3, si ndio? Kwa hiyo zinaweza kuwa account number tofauti na zimekuwa charged VAT tofauti. Na pia nadhani kuna benki moja i-charge 18%. Kwa hicho kitu tumekiona, na pia kama ukikiona kwenye bank statement yako usije ukajaza full amount ili uclaim 18%. Recalculate amount ya VAT, chukua amount ya VAT, recalculate exclusive amount ndio uijaze. Nadhani mtakuwa mmeangalia kwenye bank statement zenu. Kuna benki haicharge 18%. Pia tushawataarifu wanarekebisha. Kwa lakini kwa zile bank statement ambazo zilikuwa hazicharge 18%, najua ulikuwa unaweka full amount. Wewe unaweka amount exclusive ukiamini ile VAT ulikuwa uioni. Lakini sasa hivi recalculate amount exclusive. Chukua, kwa sababu wenyewe wamekata kodi hiyo ndogo au kubwa. Recalculate amount exclusive, iweke amount exclusive. Hivyo vitu vingine tutafanya kwenye ukaguzi. Tutafanya ukaguzi, tutarekebisha, na benki tumeshawataarifu wanarekebisha. Ilikuwa tatizo la kiufundi kidogo kwa sababu ya zile rates za exchange rates ndio ziliwaletea shida. Kwa hiyo tunaomba kwenye bank statement hizo chukua amount ya VAT, recalculate exclusive amount. Nadhani hapo nimeeleweka pia. Na kingine, naamini vitu vingine vyote tumekuwa take through sawa. Kwa hiyo na TANSAD numbers pia zitaenda kwenye criteria ile ya verification kama EFD. Kwa hiyo sheria inachosema verification zote itafanya verification ya process zote sawa. Kwa hiyo itarudia miezi 6 vile TANSAD hiyo kama ipo, na TANSAD utaiclaim mara moja tu. Ile unaweka TANSAD leo unasubiri miezi 3 kwa sababu unajua una transaction nyingi. Wakija TRA utaomba dua, hivi vitu tuache. Kwa TANSAD ukishaiweka kwenye mfumo wetu haitaingia tena. Sawa jamani? Kwa hiyo utaiweka mara moja kama EFD, kama wafage. Naamini kuna wengine zile wafage walikuwa wazioni kwa sababu agents wenu walikuwa hawapi assessment, si ndio? Zile assessment. Kwa hiyo mzigo wote ambao utakuwa unaoingiza kwenye port kuanzia Tanga, Dar es Salaam, Lindi, Mtwara, lazima ukiingiza kwenye ports zetu kuna wafage bill unalipia, si ndio? Kwa hiyo hakikisha Tansad yako kwanza, cha kwanza ina jina lako, yani kuanzia tini yako, jina lako, isiwe na tini na jina la agent, hapana, iwe na vitu particulars zako. Na the same to wafage. Zile wafage labda bahati mbaya agent watakasirika, lakini ni kwamba zile wafage mara nyingi unaweza kukuta mtu anabadilisha, anataka abadilishe zile ile akaclaim zile VAT, kwa sababu ile assessment ya mwisho mara nyingi unakuta client haiombi au haioni. Kwa tunaomba kuanzia sasa hivi kama unaingiza mzigo Tanga, Dar es Salaam, Lindi, Mtwara, zinapitia kwenye bahari yetu, hakikisha anakupa ile Tansad na akupe wafage bill zile, kwa ili upate ile bill number kwa ajili ya kuclaim, na lazima iwe na status ya release. Sawa jamani? Haya. Kwa mpaka hapo tutakuwa naamini mpaka unamaliza training utakuwa confident kujaza. Tutawekea Excel kwenye poto zenu za e-filing ili mzidownload uanze kufanya mazoezi ya kurudia. Utarudia receipt zile, utajaribu kuziweka 2, kama zitakubali utajaribu kurudia baada ya miezi 3, lakini zitakataa. Kwa sasa hivi labda tu resubmit ya mwezi wa pili kwanza. Na kwenye return pia tumeweka mfumo ambao hauwezi ukafile return ya mbele kabla ya nyuma haijawa file. Kwa return lazima ufile return za nyuma yani return kwenye sequence maalum, kwamba lazima return ya mwisho kabisa, yani ya mbali kutoka siku uliopo, iwe filed mpaka return usiku unaotaka kuifile iwe filed. Tunajua kwenye sheria inasema hautapata net negative balance, lakini kwenye mfumo tumeweka japokuwa hautapata tu net negative balance, lakini pia na return lazima ziwe filed pamoja. We'll go back to the filed return, the Baresa return which was not processed successfully. Let us file a new return, then we'll file the March return with particulars, so that we can see the flow of the return in that particular month. For the type of return, hapa nilielezea kwamba type of return zitakuwa 2, kwamba kutakuwa na new return na kutakuwa na normal return. Kwa kwenye normal return ni return ambayo utakuwa unajaza particulars, na kwenye new return ni return ambayo itakuwa haina particular for that tax period. Kwa tax period husika utajaza tu ile net negative balance ya mwezi uliopita. To the confirmation will pop up, then we read the confirmations. I know many of you usually don't read the confirmations. You only say, okay, yes, upload. You go as usual to the yes, upload. Then the return will be uploaded, and there is a pop-up message, the second popping up message for that particular tax period. Then you read the pop-up message. Then you will say yes to review the return. Then the difference from VAT return and all other returns is that in all other returns except from return of income, in the reviewing processes, you will be submitting the returns, maybe for the employment taxes and ZP. But for VAT and ROI, for ROI, you will be sending it to the auditor, but for VAT, you will be validating the EFD verification codes, the TANSAD numbers which you have entered into which you have filled in your return, and the WAFH, the bill numbers. So here, you will review your return, which you filled in that particular month, then we'll be validating it in our systems. If you click validate, there is a confirmation which will pop up. Then the confirmation will lead you to see that at this point you're not filing you're not you're not doing the final submission of the specific return. You'll just be saving the return for validation. So from this process, the return will go to the validation process, and it will be saved for final submission. Kwa pia nilikuwa nataka kuspecify hapo ni kwamba kwa stage ya kupreview, ukisha upload Excel template yako, utaipreview, utaiangalia, na baada ya kuiangalia ukisema ivalidate, return hii itakuwa haijawa submitted. Kwa hiyo sio final submission. Naomba pia hapo tuelewane. Ndio utofauti wa return ya VAT na return zingine za employment taxes labda na ZP. Ni kwamba hapa sio final submission. Itaenda kwenye validation process, na return hiyo husika itakuwa saved kwamba baadaye ili uisubmit. Kwa hiyo usije ukafikia hapo ukasema yes validate, ukafunga laptop ukaondoka na ni tarehe 20, hapana. Tunaomba usome hizi pop-up message tumeziweka. Ndio maana ukiona kwenye VAT tumejaribu kuziweka nyingi ipasavyo ili mtu aende kwa usahihi, asikosee. Kwa hiyo say yes validate. And we improved the validation processes from previous returns. Maybe the returns which were taking too long, but now the validation process has been changed. You'll experience through the VAT returns, which will start soon. Then you experience how to file the returns and the time it takes, with the amount of EFD receipt, with the amount of particulars you filled in your return. Kwa return ambazo zilikuwa zinachukua muda, pia tumejaribu kuboresha mifumo yetu ili return hizo husika zisichukue muda kama mwanzo. Tunajua tulipata challenge kidogo mwanzo ya in progress, returns zilikuwa zinakaa muda mrefu. Kwa VAT inatumia server zake tofauti, kila kitu chake kinatumia tofauti. Kwa hiyo tumejaribu kwenye pilot, tumeona ina perform vizuri. Pia tumejaribu ku stress system ili ifanye return nyingi, yani return zote Tanzania nzima tukazifanya kama mara 10, then tukazi-upload, tukiamini kwamba watu wote wata-upload kwa mara moja. Kwa tunaamini ikianza pia, kwa sababu ya validation ina vitu vingi kidogo, itatupa picha nzuri zaidi pilot ikiwa extended, au mwezi huu inapoanza return kuzifiles za VAT. Kwa hiyo tutaona system itakavyoperform. Pia msisite pia kutushauri pale ambapo mnaona tunaweza tukaboresha zaidi. Kwa hiyo kitu cha kwanza itakachofanya, mfumo utaenda utaridi utasoma ile Excel ulio upload. Itaangalia kama ile Excel ni Excel ya VAT, kama kweli ni Excel ya VAT au sio Excel ya VAT. Then itakubali kama ile Excel ni ya VAT na imejazwa sahihi. Kwa hiyo sasa hivi ikishakubali kwamba ile Excel ni ya VAT na imejazwa particulars za VAT, ndio itaenda kwenye validation process. Kwa hiyo itaangalia kwenye zile columns zingine tofauti kama
So kaka Olais, tunajaribu kuangalia muda. Tukumbuke kwamba sehemu kubwa ya ukumbi huu utahitaji kabla ya saa 6:15 kuanza kuelekea katika maombi.
Sawa.
Na tuna demonstration moja ya kufanya bado. Wakati wa break hiyo fupi, naomba nitambulishe zoezi lifuatalo. Wakina dada, tafadhali kwa heshima. Mtawaona wanapita na mabakuli haya. Sorry Alois, for just a second. Tuna maswali mengi yameshajibiwa kwenye YouTube na mnaweza kuendelea kuandika, lakini kama kuna ambayo ungependa kuandika kwa karatasi, naomba tafadhali muandike tuweze ku deposit kwenye birauli hizi, alafu tutazipeleka mbele. So please deposit any of your written questions in the bowls, in the vase, and we'll deal with them during the Q&A. Now, of course, the mic will still pass by. Do not duplicate what was on YouTube, and if we go over the questions and find duplications, we will ignore those and look at any fresh and new, unique new ones. Kwa yale ambayo yatajirudia, tutadeal nayo, lakini yale ambayo yatakuwa ni ya kipekee, tutaendelea kuyajibu baadaye. Please, Olais, continue. Karibu sana. Sorry for the interruption.
Asante Taji. Sorry, kulikuwa kuna updates wanafanya kwenye test saver, kwa hiyo tuendelee. We can continue with the return which has been processed. After the test saver has been activated, then we will proceed. But let's continue with the return for January, which has been processed. You'll see in this new system, you have the acknowledgement as usual, but now the new thing, you have the assessments. I believe a lot of you didn't had the assessments for the VAT returns filed in the old system. Neither of you had. Or some of you had assessments for the returns filed in the old system. I believe neither of you had the assessments, but now in the new system you have the assessment. Let us see how the assessment looks like. Another details of the assessments, which will comprise the discretion which arose to make those either the principal or the penalty or interest, if any. You have the output for the tax period. Also, you'll deduct the input for that particular tax period, and also you have the VAT payable for that period, and you'll deduct also the net negative balance in that tax period from the previous return. If you had a net negative balance in your previous assessment, then it will populate here. And you have the net VAT payable or repayable. And also you have the penalty charge for that particular tax period. So this is how the assessment will look like. I believe if we missed any particular, you advise us, then we'll change. Also, you have the submitted return. In the last scroll menu, you have the option for the submitted return. You can view your return at any particular time, the whole return. I believe the return which will have more input taxes also will have more pages. So you can view your return with all the particulars in the specific return. Will be filled in the return here, which is different from the return which you'll have in the Excel format. So you have the particulars filled in the return. The main return will be here. The supplies, the output taxes, with the increasing adjustments, if you filled in. Also you have the deferred VAT. If you filled in the particulars of the deferred VAT, you'll view them from here. In the input taxes, if you fill the specific sheets for input taxes, they will be calculated and the amounts will be populated here, and you will see the amount of VAT charged and the exclusive amounts. Also you see the imports from the TANSADs. If you have claimed the TANSADs, also the WAFH bills, you will see the amount of exclusive VAT and the VAT charge for that particular TANSADs and the WAFHs. Also you have the decreasing adjustments. And at last you have part 4 of the computation of VAT. Also in all the sheets which you filled in the verification codes, the EFD verification codes, or the TANSADs and the bill numbers. In the viewing the VAT return, you will see all the verification codes which have passed the validations and all the particulars. So you see the verification codes which you entered in the Excel templates will be here. You see the supplier name, you see the supplier VRN and the EFD receipt date. So you don't need to fill in the receipt date again, the invoice dates in the Excel templates. This will leave this to TRA. They'll fill in from their databases and the goods descriptions and the amount exclusive and the VAT charged. This is the status. This is just an internal arrangements and the input tax claimable for that particular EFD verification code. So this will be for the VFD verification codes. Also, it will be for the TANSADs. If you filled in the TANSADs, it will retrieve all the particulars in your TANSIS for each item. Then the specific TANSAD will have the amount exclusive and the VAT charged and the amount of input tax claimable for that particular tax period. All the TANSADs which have passed in a database, all these TANSADs cannot be claimed again. So if a TANSAD is in your return which has passed through the validations, this TANSAD cannot be claimed again. So you also have that in the VAT return for the WAFH charges. You see the WAFH bill number and the TANSAD number which had that WAFH bill number. Also you see the amount of VAT exclusive and the VAT charged for that particular WAFH bill number. So all the sheet will be displayed here, and the deferred capital goods. If the TANSAD didn't have any capital, Patrick, to wind up.
Tupige makofi. Tunaendelea kupokea maswali yenu kupitia hizi balls, yale ambayo yalishaandikwa tunayapeleka katika meza kuu yaweze kuangaliwa mapema.
ETL team, please take over.
Mr. Patrick, karibu.
Asante, in the interest of time, I think we'll let the ITL team present, showcase what they've done on their platform, and we'll immediately after their presentation, we'll go through to Q&A. A lot of questions we've been answering on the live stream on YouTube, and a number through the Facebook and WhatsApp platform. And we presume majority of the questions will be answered. So we would have a session for maximum of 20 to 30 minutes before we let our director, Mr. Kayombo, on the podium for the closing session.
All right, tupige makofi kwa session iliyopita. Tunawashukuru sana ndugu zetu wa TRA, washirika wetu. Na sasa kwa session hii hapa, karibuni sana Mr. Laka, Mr. Mujahid.
Thank you, Taji. I'd like to say thank you to Patrick, Einstein, and Liza for a very comprehensive presentation. And how many worried people we have here? How many of you are worried now? There's no need to worry, guys. The only thing you worry about is that this stage should not collapse because of me and Mujahid. So while Mujahid is preparing himself, I would just like to say, we as taxpayers are part of an ecosystem. Our businesses are affected by various entities. Very first, always, is the government. Government regulates, makes acts, and expects us to follow them and do our business within those regulations. What we are seeing today is the education department fulfilling one of its obligations in educating taxpayers on new standards, new systems. I remember 1.5 years ago we were here looking at the e-filing system for payee, SDL, return of income, estimates. And back then also, we had a little bit of worries because every time you face something new, you don't know until you experience it. So these initial teething problems will always iron themselves out. Today, we are all very familiar with uploading your provisional, doing your payee, doing your SDL, and let's agree, it has really made life easy for us. So on that note, I would really like to thank TRA and the government for adopting technology in making life easy for taxpayers. For that, I think they deserve a round of applause. We at ITL have been around for the last 10 years, and we build technology that assists businesses take care of the stakeholders that affect every business. So today, as a business, you have the government, you have your employees, you have your suppliers and customers. These are the entities that affect your business. Government wants you to keep records. Government wants you to calculate your income correctly. Government wants you to deduct taxes, whether it is payee or SDL is a contribution, withholding tax. There are several taxes apart from VAT that affect you. Also, there are other government bodies where you have got statutory contributions or statutory reports. So when we sat on the drawing board and said, let's come up with a system that is going to allow people to do their business in the right way from one platform. So this helps you not only do your business and your operations, but it also helps you generate, because you have collected the data, now you need to submit it. So make life easy for you to comply with various contract. And for those of you who are from the insurance industry, you know a product called Smart Policy. This also integrates with the general ledger. We can also integrate our general ledger with other third-party systems that support integration. What is common amongst the entire system? These are what we call the common features. If you take the entire solution, you can access everything from a single login. So now you don't need multiple systems doing your sales somewhere else, keeping your inventory somewhere else, recording your imports. Everything is done from one platform, from one single login. We live in a country where there are two jurisdictions, mainland and Zanzibar. They have their own VAT rates, they have their own pay tax table. Mainland, we have our own. But if you are a company that has got a branch in Zanzibar, the system supports you to handle both jurisdictions from the same platform. If you have multiple branches, if you deal in multi-currency, there is one very interesting thing that we heard Liza during his presentation. And this brings me to a very interesting point. Today, for example, if you are trying to claim a receipt or an invoice, and after you have uploaded your returns, you realize this has been rejected because your TIN number is not there or for some reason. Many of us generally tend to forget when you go to buy something, maybe you say, please put my TIN. So if you are a seller and you have entered your client details in our system, that is a one-time creation. Every time you invoice or you make a receipt to this client, those details are automatically captured. Our system is also integrated with VFD. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with VFD already, but TRA introduced VFD sometime last year, and Smart ERP is already integrated. So our clients who choose to use VFD, you don't need to use EFD, ESD. This helps eliminate a lot of errors. Things like TIN number, VRN number, the products that you are selling, you don't need to punch everything now in a machine. The system directly integrates and passes that information to TRA. For you to avoid making mistakes, we have created a workflow in the system. So this enables people to create entries, whether it is your proformas, whether it is your sales invoices, whether it is your purchase orders, purchase invoices. One individual can create, but then that's where it ends. Somebody else can review and approve. So for instance, when you are doing VFD, you cannot fiscalize an invoice until it has been approved. So this, you are giving a second eye to a transaction. We recognize that in many companies, people who are doing operations like sales, purchases, may not necessarily be accountants. So there is a third stage after an approval, is you can make that entry now by simply clicking post. This is when it hits your books. So approved transactions, if you are authorized, then only can you edit approved transactions. So this is what we call a workflow. For every transaction in the system, you can scan and upload supporting documents. So this makes life easy for people like Irfan, who normally do Vat returns for many clients. You know the deadline is 20th, and Irfan is a very nice boy, so you send him your documents on 18th. And then you wonder why he lost hair at this young age. So his clients could be entering the data as they happen. His team can review, because this is a cloud-based solution, his team can review sitting there, approve them. Today is 1st of April, and I'm not joking with you, this is not an April Fool joke, but if you had done your data entry every day, you could have filled this file, uploaded it, got your errors, correct your system entries, which we will show you, and then re-upload so that you are ready to submit and pay on time. Avoid penalties and avoid mistakes. Income statement, if you have multiple branches, you can pull branch-wise financial statements. This is what we mean by analysis of your income and expenses. Our system also integrates with email, SMS, and other systems. We also integrate with payment providers. Currently, we have already integrated with NMB. So when we say integrated with payment providers, what we mean, if you're the kind of company that pays your staff through salaries, through banks, and you are banking with NMB and your staff accounts are with NMB, having processed your salary, you can initiate the actual payment from within the system. You can initiate the actual payment from within the system. So you will simply pay, it will talk to NMB, send you your OTP, give your confirmation, and the payment is done, and your ledgers are updated. Coming shortly, we are also integrating WhatsApp within the system. So you can send things like financial statements, reports, and what else through WhatsApp to your clients. For our payroll users, we also have a mobile app. So this is allowing now your staff to do things like leave applications, loan applications, advance applications, receive their salary slips. And if you are the kind of business that gives interest or money to your staff who are going around traveling on behalf of you, doing sales or purchases, they can record expenses on the fly with evidence, scanned evidence of the receipts, and you are capturing these entries as they happen. You don't need to wait till your staff comes back and submit all the hard work, the hard papers. So having briefly explained the system, today we are here only to talk about VAT. So we are just going to show you very simply, out of the challenges that we heard a taxpayer might face, how would you handle it in Smart ERP? So just like you log into your e-filing account, to use Smart ERP, obviously you need a logon. And once you log into Smart ERP, for this demo purpose, we are going to show you all the modules that we have, but we will not go into them. In sales, for example, you can handle your entire sale to receive cycle. So if you start by issuing quotations, you receive an order, you can convert that into an order. From the order, you can go to delivery notes. You make your sales invoice. You do if you get any returns, until you issue a credit note. And you can mark your proformas and invoices for payment follow-up. Same with your procure to pay. From your purchase order to your goods received, to your purchase invoice, a purchase return, and a debit note. Inventory, we support two types of logic. One is the normal inventory that you buy and sell. The other type of logic that we support is you buy inventory, and until you don't use it, it is your asset. So until you don't use that inventory, it stays in your assets, and as you consume, it converts into an expense. Of course, wherever you talk of sales and purchases, you talk of receipts and payments. And then with your bank, you can do a bank reconciliation and journal entries. And then the add-on modules that we talked about. So you have payroll. In payroll, you can maintain a complete employee virtual file. And you can manage the employee right from the time you employed him, all his payroll calculations, statutory deductions, loans, advances, leave management. For your fixed assets, you can align classes according to the ones that TRA recognizes. So if I'm correct, they have about 8 classes, so you can create the same classes, assign the depreciation rates, choose the method, whether it is straight line or reducing balance. Then you can create your assets and allocate them to custodians within your organization. You can do your depreciations until you dispose the asset. It keeps a complete history. If you're the kind of business that engages in contracts and you charge based on periodic periods, we have landlords, a good example. We have people who provide services. So here you can manage your contracts, you can create your payment schedules, and as I had said before, the system has got a notification and a scheduler. So it will remind you, and it will also trigger notification to your clients. Budgeting is simply have your budget and monitor your performance against what you are doing. And there's a complete CRM module, so you can track all your activities within the system. So very quickly now, in order to show you how the system can help you specifically for VAT e-filing, in order to bring the concept of a VAT control account for this demo, we have showed a continuation from January, rolling on to February, coming on to March. So I'll just show you quickly a January report. Assuming this is a new business, as you can see, your sales are categorized according to the codes and breakdowns that are aligned with the VAT file. These codes get populated every time. So if you're dealing with 300 products, for each product, you can align it to the right code. So if you are dealing with multiple products, some of them are charging VAT, some of them are zero rated, every time you select the product, it will automatically go and populate the right categories. So you have your standard sales, your zero rated sales. The same logic applies with purchase. And then you have got your VAT on import. Now I'll show you some key features here. If you notice the purchase invoices, if we can just go to standard, you saw the TIN and the VRN is already showing up, all this data. And when you go to the VAT on imports, you will see that you have your TANSAD numbers. And then right at the end, you have a small summary which shows you whether you have a payable or a credit. We go to February now. So again, for this demo, we've just kept 1 transactions just to quickly go through. And you will see that the credit carried forward, your sales, your VAT, which still results in a credit. Now we are in March. So we have not yet done March, right? So I have got my data. I have my standard rated sales, FD code with the underscore timestamp. At the report stage, it will parse it and give you in a format that you can simply copy and paste. In the system, you can take reports in PDF or Excel. So this is for your own internal use, but to fill the file, you can take an Excel download and copy paste, which we are now just going to show you. So this is the Excel downloaded file. Now, when you want to fill the input, I would just quickly show that. Please note the purchase standard rate here. There are 3 entries that we have made, and we are simply going to copy the verification codes. So we go to the standard purchases local, and we add 2 rows because we are putting 3 invoices. And you are simply copying these codes. Remember, they said they need descriptions as well. So the descriptions that you have created in your system, the products, you will simply copy and paste. Now, assuming you have uploaded this file, okay, and you got a validation problem. I don't know how many companies have only 3 invoices a month, but I assume you would have a sizable number of entries. Now, from a IT user point of view, all you have is a rejected code. But now this code belongs to which invoice? Who is the supplier? What's the receipt number? So in Smart ERP, if you go to the you will notice that we have got a top section, which is normally your search master parameter. And then the bottom section is arranged in columns. Each of these columns works like an Excel filter. So if I paste the rejected code here now, it picks up for me exactly which invoice has been rejected. So if I know what's the reason of the rejection, this is at an approved stage, and Mujahid is an admin user. He is allowed to edit this. So he will edit this, and he is going to see. So he is now editing the transaction. Maybe this did not contain your TIN number. So you can't now claim, if you see the total amount, it says 2.5, but that's VAT inclusive. You can't claim this now. So you will remove the VAT inclusive, go to the taxation code, and if this qualifies now as non-creditable or exempt, whichever is the right category, you know better. We are not tax consultants. You will choose the right category. So for this demo, we will say this is non-claimable. And you will see your invoice now has still remained at 2.5. You update this, reapprove it. Now when you take the VAT report again, you will see this has come out from your standard column and gone down to your non-claimable column. This now allows you to refill that file. So this was a very small demo that we wanted to give you. We'll soon begin the Q&A session. I would request, please restrict your questions to only the TRA matter. If you want to know about our product after the event, we will be available outside. Thank you very much.
Just by a show of hands. Kwa ishara ya mikono, kwa idadi ya mikono. How many of us feel like this is usable and we would like to use it now, starting now? Come on, hi kabisa, naomba nione. Okay? So it's approved. It's approved. Looks good. Safi kabisa, make life easy for yourselves, make business efficient. Sindio ndugu zangu eh? Okay, so tunasonga mbele. And we would like to also say asanteni sana kwa uvumilivu wenu. Najua viti vimeanza kupungua kwa sababu ya majukumu. For those who actually got to see this, it's perfect, but we can continue to propagate it. Anything recorded like it's on YouTube, people can go back and review what we've gone over. Tuendeni kwenye maswali. Kunaweza kuwa na mikono, lakini kwa vile mlishaandika maswali yenu na mengine yako YouTube, some of the questions are on YouTube. Naomba niwaruhusu sasa maafisa wetu waweze kupitia what they've seen, quickly go over the issues. But if you do need to step out, we will understand. Tutaelewa vizuri sana, tunaheshimu imani zetu na leo ni siku muhimu sana. Kwa hiyo usikwazike, we will understand why you're rising and you have to leave. But right now, let's go over straight to our tables. Wataalamu wetu, karibuni sana. Let's not waste any time. Tuendelee na semina yetu nzuri.
Thank you. Thank you, Taj. Okay. Due to time interest, allow us to, we've sorted most of your questions, so we'll try to address questions that did not get clarity throughout the presentation, or questions that have appeared to have a higher frequency than the personal or legal or individual cases. One, there's a challenge around TANESCO. I've tried explaining this on the platform and earlier during my presentation. Like I said, I'm going to repeat this. TANESCO has two types of clients or users, postpaid and prepaid. For postpaid, those get bills at the end of the month. Mnapata bill au mnapata tax invoice. That one should not be a problem because those ones have both verification codes and GPG control numbers. For those ones, for such declarations, you'll be declaring them on a standard local purchases and be using the verification code. No issue. The challenge has been around the normal users like me and you that purchase from mostly from aggregators, mobile apps and the likes. At the moment, there are 3 or 4 kind of solutions, but our advice will still stand to be that let's use the banking apps because they will give you a trail of your transactions. At any time you can go back to your application, share or generate the evidence of the electricity that you bought. There are challenges around that the bills and invoices do not bear your TIN and VRN because the TANESCO setup does not cater or allow for that. But these are not new things. These are things we've been facing on audit on daily basis. So best practice, actually the system is a replica of the law. It will not address each and every challenge facing the environment, but again, best practice prevails. So the current treatment, most of it, taxation, you all need to remember taxation is all about law, evidence, and best practice. So for users, if you're buying electricity and you know at the end of the day you'll be claiming this, use the banking app. Do not entertain mobile app for now. TANESCO cannot fix this overnight. It will take them quite some time, and they are also aligning their legal framework to cater for tenant TINs and VRNs. I think that should be well addressed. There's a common question on, I also explained this earlier when I started off the presentation. There are questions around what happens for verification codes that fail. Like I said earlier, we are aware a number of you have installed internal controls whereby when you receive invoices and receipts, you cross-check, you verify. But again, you must remember there are very many methods of verifying, including picking your smartphone, opening your camera, and picking up the link. At times, you might fail to verify that receipt because of probably there's a network issue, the URL challenge, and probably you're using a third-party application. So in case anything goes wrong for that, you might not be able to verify. So what's the interim solution, or what to do, or what you need to get to have in mind is this. As so long as you have a Protocol 2.1 receipt, meaning that, or invoice, meaning that your tax invoice or receipts has a QR code and a verification code. Be comfortable that that is applicable on the platform. We will be using our EFDMS system to cross-check these expenses or these declarations, so you don't need to worry. And when you get the missing information verification error, it could be due to a number of reasons. Probably the ESD you're using is wrongly configured, or there's a network outage. So at this stage, you don't have to worry. Just cross-check, make sure the TIN and VRN are correctly noted or quoted on the invoice or receipt. Okay, there's a question around bank charges. Like I explained earlier, we only have completed an interface with very few banks. The majority of the banks are not able to issue with a monthly statement with verification codes and QR codes. We know, we are aware. So interimly, for those that have bankers that can generate this, well and good, you will be declaring this VAT or the standard local purchases. Perfect. You'll be using the verification codes. There's no issue. Majority of you, your bankers cannot produce this. So what do you do? At the moment, will be declaring this cost or these expenses on the standard local purchase sheet, GPG, the second sheet, whereby you'll be quoting your account numbers. Whether you have, we understand you have multiple accounts. We know you have T-shillings, you have USDs and other currency accounts. What you need to capture there is the VAT amount, exclusive amount, and the currency should not be an issue. And we are not just speaking out of the cloud. Is that we already have people on pilot, and this is the treatment we used yesterday, where we were filing with the taxpayers in pilot, and we are comfortable. It has worked. So it's something that we've tested and it works. Okay, there is a question around government departments or OGDs that charge VAT, but their respective receipts and invoices do not capture TIN and VRN. Like I said, as Finance Act 2019, the legal acceptable receipts are physical receipts. Those are issued through the EFDs, and those that are issued through the government electronic payment gateway, which is GPG. For GPG, any expense incurred in GPG, any VAT suffered by any government department that issues a GPG invoice or receipt that does not have a QR code, a verification code, just declare that on the local purchases GPG sheet, and you'll be putting in the control number. So that should be, I think that should be properly keyed, should be properly addressed. There are other minor expenses, such as the ones we say below 100,000, like what you normally face when you're crossing the Mwalimu Nyerere Bridge, which actually is not even the case, because they do provide receipts with verification codes, but what misses is the TIN and VRN. The treatment is quite simple. For such cases, we will be upon your provision of evidence. Then we will be allowing the same. And I just want to remind each one of us that this system is a replica of the VAT Act, and the best practice. So it will not cure some of the challenges that we've, operational challenges or environmental challenges once at a go. again, there is a common question. We've been seeing this over and over, and actually people citing stores, supermarkets, and specific names. For such platforms, we will not address with names, but I would like to remind each one of us, for you to implement VAT, you need to actually read the Act, see the situations or environments that allow for adjustment, and not just try to beat about the bush. And in case you see, for supermarkets, if you walk into any supermarket and you tell them that I want to purchase such a list of items, but I need my TIN and VRN to be captured, they will be happy to do it. It shouldn't be an issue.
Hello. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Habari ya muda tena. So, there are several issues that I've raised, but we are trying to narrow them down and generalize them and answer them in bulk. So, starting with the EFD verification. There are several questions concerning about EFD verification, whether if you have posted verification, you have posted EFD verification code, but it doesn't have the TIN number of the buyer, whether you have posted the EFD, but it was maybe wrongly captured, so you issued another EFD. So here the general treatment. For all the receipts that will be issued or punched incorrectly, you'll follow the normal procedures of correcting the invoices or rectifying the invoices. You shall notify the TRA office that that receipt is incorrect, and you'll submit it attaching with a copy of it, the original that you have wrongly captured it, and the copy of the one that is correct. So when it comes to account or to file your return, you'll consider on the receipt that are correct and accurate, not the one that you have mispunched or you have keyed them incorrectly. But what you should make sure is you should notify the office that the specific receipts were wrongly captured or they didn't qualify, so that you had to cancel them so that you can issue the correct receipts. So basically, the things to consider here, you should go through section 69 and 86 of VAT Act. Of which 69 tells us about the credit for input tax, time to credit for input tax, but also 86 properly describes the qualification for the receipts for you to claim the input tax. So you should go through those parameters and make sure whatever you want to claim the input tax should have those parameters in check. For the people who, there's a question addressing that for those who have 100,000, the invoice with 100,000. I think there are two ways to go around it. You can either polite ask the person who is issuing the invoice to key in your TIN number, or you can come to TRA so that we can adjust your return by considering the receipt with 100 that didn't bear your TIN number. The laws allow that all the invoices that they are below, starting from 100,000 below, they are not supposed to have a TIN number of the buyer. But I think it's you to do a best judgment. Either take your time making a follow for TRA to make adjustment on your return, or polite ask the person who is supplying the goods to you to politely clean your TIN number so that you can claim it claim it with a EFD verification code. Then the second questions were mostly based for those returns which have incorrect figures. For example, someone has overstated the sales in the VAT return. See, basically, all the provisions that are allowed in 71 to 80, those basically you can accommodate them or you can rectify them upon filing your VAT return. And by the provision, they guide you properly. But for having a return that is incorrect, there you should consider section 66. That's allowed you to amend your return. So you notify your commissioner that it's an incorrect return and you want to amend it. Then the commissioner will amend it by either requesting you to file a new return or adjust the return that you filed into correct tax computation based on the information that you submitted to the commissioner. And there is also an issue of most of you seeing, currently most of you, when you log in into your filing account, you find that you are liable for submitting the VAT return for the month of January and February. As Patrick explained earlier at the opening of the presentation, there's a pilot program currently in check. So by the time the system is initiated and up and running, all those who were not supposed to file the returns of January and February, all those returns will be omitted. We should basically focus on the public notice. Public notice from the authority to the stakeholders. Transparently, it communicated that the first return to be filed in this system will be the return of March 2022. That is ought to be submitted before the 20th of April. So let's make that clear. If you can see, if you do see the ability of filing the January and February return in your e-filing account, you should not do any initiations of filing it, but you submit your previous returns in the old system. But upon initiating of the system as per public notice within this month, that will allow you to file the return of March before the due date of 20th April. That's the only return that you're supposed to file if you're not included in the pilot program. The next thing is like, some of you asked about the shortcoming of the system on due dates, having a lot of jam, maybe being not able to submit your return on time due to network errors and whatever. As we said, this is mostly of an issue, but it's an issue which is rectified and is on progress to be rectified. But I would like to make a word of an advice. You see, we need to support the system, okay? Because you have more than 20 days for you to be able to submit your return. But apart from having 20 days, you also have a room to apply for extension, 15 days before the due date of the return. But apart from that, you can also download the form at any time on your disposal and have your particulars keyed in and save it throughout the month. So you can instantly file your return in accurate tax computation by the beginning of the new month. So I would like you to advise you, let's try to focus on the brighter side here. Let's try to initiate the procedure of filing the returns as early as possible. You normally face this on due days because it's many people trying to go on the same window submitting the return. So if we try to make it as early as possible, I think this problem won't be an issue to us. Although the authority is working on it, on providing high availability on the systems. That being said, I would like to welcome Patrick, you may proceed.
With that note, I believe we've covered all the key questions, and I think we are way behind time. So I would like to take this opportunity to welcome our Director for Taxpayer Service, Mr. Richard Kayombo, to the podium, please. Karibu.
Asante kwa mikono yenu. Karibu sana, Richard.
On behalf of TRA, I would like first of all to take this opportunity to thank all of you who have attended this event. As rightly said, we were here about a year plus ago, where we had a seminar like this on e-filing. It was quite interactive, a lot of questions, a lot of doubts here and there, but I believe now everything is history. In the same manner, we are here today again, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Assad Associates and ITL, with whom we are partnering here today, to again take you through this important initiative of VAT e-filing, which I believe is going to make life much, much easier, both for yourselves and ourselves. And I believe once we are done with this, we hope to meet again for something else, because for us it never ends. Innovations never end. And I can assure you, these things are not coming just by surprise. It's part of our tax modernization program. We have in our 5th corporate plan, which is just ending in June, and the mission is to make it easy to pay taxes and make lives better. So it's not by chance. Make it easy to pay taxes and make lives better. So in doing this, we are trying to make it easy to pay taxes, but we want to make lives better for you so that you have more time to do your other things and do your business as well. This is one only among the things that we've been doing. If for those who are importers and exporters, you will recall we had TANSIS around 2014. We came up with the EFDs. We had something on tax identification number registration, which was a bit of a cumbersome process. We had e-filing, and now we have VAT filing, and there are many other good things coming our way. So trust that this will not end here, and will indeed make your lives very, very easy. Labda tu kwa ajili ya media, napenda niseme kwamba tunachokifanya hapa leo, kwanza ni washukuru Assad Associates ambao tumekuwa nao kwa nyakati mbalimbali, ikiwemo mwaka jana tulivyofanya semina kama hii, tulivyoanzisha wasilishaji wa ritani kwa njia elektroniki. Kulikuwa na maswali mengi, wasiwasi mwingi, na hayo mengi tumeyatatua na sasa tunaenda vizuri. Kwa mwaka huu ni mwendelezo wa kile tulichokifanya mwaka jana, kwa kuwa na uwasilishaji wa return za VAT kielektroniki. Ili kuwasilisha return za VAT kielektroniki, lengo lake ni kufanya maisha yako wewe mlipa kodi au anayemsaidia mlipa kodi yawe rahisi zaidi, lakini yawe rahisi zaidi upande wa kwetu pia, kwa sababu kujaza makaratasi au kukimbizana na muda wa kuwasilisha ilikuwa inaita usumbufu kwako na usumbufu kwetu. Sasa tunapokuwa na njia elektroniki, maana ni kwamba unatulia ofisini kwako, nyumbani kwako, unaweza kujaza return zako na zikafika kwa wakati. Lakini kama unavyofahamu, kodi haiendi bila utunzaji wa kumbukumbu kwa usahihi. Na tulikuwa tunapata changamoto hapa. Nadhani mwasilishaji amezungumza kwa kiasi kikubwa, Bwana Lois pale, kwamba kumekuwepo na changamoto za hapa na pale. Baadhi yetu kwa kujua kutokujua, kurudia risiti iliyokwisha wasilishwa ikarudiwa, sasa mwisho wake inaleta usumbufu kwako na kwetu. Sasa hayo hayatakuwepo kwa sababu mfumo wenyewe unaweza kusoma. Ndio maana tunasisitiza kwamba risiti zile lazima ziwe ambazo ni za EFD, zinazofuata misingi ambayo imetajwa katika tangazo tulilotoa, na kwa ufahamu zetu tutarudia kutoa lile tangazo tena katika kipindi cha wiki hii na kuendelea, wiki ijayo na kuendelea, ili kila mtu ajue kwamba anatakiwa kufanya nini. Bahati nzuri leo ni tarehe 1. Na kwa bahati mbaya tungejua tusingechagua siku ya leo, maana huenda wengine walifikiri ni siku ya wajinga, lakini sio hivyo. Kwa upande wa kodi tuko serious kabisa na hili. Lengo letu ni kuleta manufaa kwa pande zote mbili. Kwa hiyo tunataka tutekeleze unayotakiwa kutekeleza, hakika maisha yatakuwa mepesi zaidi. Na hayo tunayofanya yamesema katika misingi mitatu au themes za tulizonazo. Theme ya kwanza ni uhiari, compliance. Lakini theme ya pili ni urahisi, convenience. Lakini cha tatu maboresho endelevu au continual improvement. Kwa whatever we are doing, tunajaribu kuisimamia katika misingi hiyo mitatu ya kufanya wewe na sisi tuweze kwenda vizuri, kwa sababu mwisho wa yote lengo la serikali ni kuhakikisha kwamba mlipa kodi hasumbuki, lakini na sisi tufanye katika mazingira kidogo yanayotupa wepesi wa kutekeleza majukumu yetu ya kisheria. Zaidi ya hayo, niseme tu kwamba ombi letu kwenu, mna siku 19 kuanzia leo kama ilivyotolewa na mwasilishaji. Msisubiri tarehe 19 ndio muanze kukimbizana na kufile return. Anza sasa hivi. Kama kuna changamoto tuambie tuweze kuzitatua. Inawezekana kuna mengine ambayo yakugundulika. Mtakapokuwa wengi, kuna mengine mapya yanaweza kujitokeza. Ili tupate muda wa kuyatatua, tuweze kwenda sawa sawa. Nilisikia kuna mmoja wapo alikuwa amesema labda tuongeze muda. Napenda kusema hatutaongeza muda. Maana tumetoa muda wa kutosha wa kujifunza. Tumejifunza kuanzia mwezi wa 2, wa 3 na tunaendelea. Muda wa kuongeza hautokuwepo. Maana wanasema kuna ule msemo unasema ukitaka kucheza ngoma, kujifunza ngoma, shai tuingie ucheze. Kwa tuingie tucheze ndipo tutapojua. Kama kuna changamoto tutazitatua. Hakuna mfumo ambao mwaye kuanzishwa hata siku moja ukakosa kasoro ndogo ndogo. Tuko tayari kuzitatua. Hata kwenye e-filing changamoto zilikuwepo, tukazitatua hadi tukazimaliza. Kwa hiyo naombeni sana tushirikiane, tuendelee na hili ili tuweze kulifanikisha. Lakini pamoja na yote, naomba tena niwashukuru pia kwa michango yenu ya kodi. I can proudly say you've made us complete last month yesterday at midnight with a smile. What that means you will know later. Sasa hii tuwe na smile zaidi na zaidi, na nyinyi mnapolipa, we want you to walk out of our offices with a smile, kwa sababu life will be much better for you and will be much better for us. Kwa hiyo machache naomba niwashukuru sana, na niseme tukiwaita tena naomba mje. Ofisi zetu ziko wazi, lakini pia make use of our call center. I don't know whether all of us know. How many people know the numbers of our call center? The toll-free numbers? By the raised ones. Let me mention the numbers for you so that at least you can use our call center when you get stuck, when you have something to check and so on and so forth. Please write down the numbers. The first one is 0800 75 0075. And the second number is 0800 78 0078. You can always call those numbers and get assistance from Monday to Friday from 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. Jamani, asanteni sana, muwe na siku njema.
Excellent. Nashukuru sana. Labda niombe tubaki kidogo tu, na naomba tafadhali ndugu zangu niwashushe chini. Nataka tupige picha kwa utaratibu hapa. From Assad Associates, naomba nyinyi mpande kwenye ngazi, msimame kwa juu kidogo. Au ITL ndio wako wengi? Is that right? Okay, Assad first. Karibuni juu. Kama wengine tunatoka, naomba mridhie kwamba mfumo tuliotumia ni mzuri. Mr. Kaumbo, if you would be in the middle. Yes, our Assad representatives first. Can I adjust you towards the right so that these stairs are centrally, yes, placed? Yes, okay, that looks good. That's number one. Naomba are the TRA reps, number mpande juu from TRA. Can I, Josh, please, number tupande juu. Tujiunge left and right of the picture. And the presenters, walimu wetu, tupate a really big one. Alafu Baada ya hii elongated picture, nitaomba yes, tupate hii kwanza. I think we got a good zoom on that one. And then tuliojiunga na hii picha, naomba muingie kushoto na kulia, mkae kushoto na kulia. Mliojiunga na hii picha. Naomba ITL reps tupande jukwani. Kwa hiyo nitabaki na the core picture, picha ya kwanza na of course na ITL representatives. Wengine tuliojiunga na picha naomba tusimame kwenye wings, kwa sababu nitawarudisha kwenye picha tena. Kwa hiyo ITL please, na Mr. Kayombo, Assad Associates. Left and right. Yeah, I think it looks fine. All right. The chief of parties, yes, you have an idea? Your team as well, eh? Okay, Sasa, okay, the ones who joined the picture, the team, please, could you come up? Let me see how many of you are in numbers. Nitaendelea kuwaweka some of you on the wings. Msiondoke. Kuna namna nitawaleta kwenye hizi ngazi. So, could the team please go up? Now, the ones who joined the picture, let's see whether we can fit you in as well. We can't. There are only four. Only four of them? Okay. I think, yeah, they'll join the picture quite well. Please, you've been called up. Okay. All right, Mr. Kayombo, may I please bring you down the stairs? The CEO can, from Assad Associates, simama hapo. Yes. Karibuni chini. Father and son, CEO, let's do the four of you standing together, or the five of you. Alafu, wengine tuendelee kuja nyuma yao. From the middle. Tuendelee kuja nyuma yao. We stand a step, just a step up. One further step down. Okay, fine. Hapo ni vizuri. Oh, yes, they'll be in the back, yes. And everyone else, could we come further? Could we join this? The Assad team, please come forward and prepare for a big picture. Okay, let's fill in the spaces in the middle. And then let's spread out pale nyuma. At the back, let's spread out vizuri. The Assad team, wait. I'm going to give you a special picture. So please stay on the wings. Mstari wa nyuma, could we stretch out vizuri and come closer to each other, shoulder to shoulder? Kwa nyuma, usikae nyuma ya mtu. Olais na kuona uko nyuma ya mtu. You could actually stand on the side. Safely kabisa on the side, yes. There you go. Okay. All right, now, everybody at the back, in the back row, please step down. And then the Assad team, please step up. Yes, we're being requested to smile. Oh, please, sir, do not leave the picture. Do not leave the picture. Yes, do not leave the picture. Because, do not leave the picture, please. Do not leave the picture. So let's go up, guys. Let's go up. Let's do a big line at the back. Straight row, straight line if we can. All right. Come up, quick. Don't stand behind anyone. Oh. Kuna nafasi huku kulia. Please move towards the back. Let me make sure that we got a good picture here. Oh, there's a lot of you, eh? I didn't know you were in the room. Msisimame nyuma ya mtu, usisimame nyuma ya mtu kabisa. Yani bora stretch out all the way to the screen here, all the way to the podium. A wide shot itatosha kabisa. Do I see all the heads? Yes, naomba turudi nyuma. Yeah, that's a good shot. Panda juu. Wahi. Usisimame nyuma ya watu, simama pembeni kabisa. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, that's a good one. Katikati ya mabega. We've got some others coming up as well. Oh, okay. Tuendelee. Hata nafasi huku tujaze. Wide shot inaweza kuchukua. So let's make sure we have everyone so that we have one proper picture. Subirini wapige picha, naona wengine wanapanda. Najua tumewatoa kwenye important stations zenu za kuwakaribisha wageni. You did a fantastic job. Alafu dada yangu ambaye una ushungi ndio mfupi, yani umekwenda kusimama nyuma ya watu kabisa. All right. Yeah, this works. All right, let's congratulate ourselves with our hands in the air. Asanteni sana, hongereni sana. We're getting good at this, eh? So we're looking forward to the next one. We're also in good time as well. Okay, sawa. We'll do that. Nakutumia nini yangu? Somebody left with my gift goodie bag.
Thank you. The support really did justice to you, as you do always.
Thank you, man. I believe the team was together. I think the group was instrumental in working out all the kinks and stuff. Good job. Thank you. I believe this is going to be a good pickup. Hey.
You publicly said you will use it.
Hey guys, good stuff. Kama. Naona ulikuwa unapiga snaps fulani hivi. Well done guys. Thank you. Asante, appreciate it. Asante. Tukachukua mic zile nyingine. Vipi? Fresh kabisa.